137E, star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
That's correct.
And are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
137F. Let me back out just a little bit. There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10/3/96.
I'm sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
I. You can probably read it without me pointing it out. This one is rappers and Muslims gather for peace, and it's dated September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
Oh, 137J. There's been an article titled "Night" related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Pull it up to see the whole thing. 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece of article, Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
One 137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
One 37M. This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
Correct.
If we zoom in, it discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
One 137N. There's an article about gangster rap performer Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
One 137O. an article about gang ties suspected in killings.
Yes, sir.
One 37P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
One 37Q. This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
And it starts off with, they seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
One 37R. This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and Tupac's murder, but little bullet riddled rap is how it's titled.
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
That's correct.
Just a couple more, detective. 137S. An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Yes, sir.
And it appears, if you look really close at the bottom, this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
One 37T, the last on this one. An article entitled on March 10th of 1997, No Easy Answers for Violence in Gangster Rap.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd, did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the interviews of individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams. I believe there was one more. I can't remember.
Mob James?
Yes,
James McDonald?
Yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this, as a homicide detective, do you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I did.
What's a compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a compelling order.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Trayvon Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and a Bergie Brooks.
Let me make sure I have all those actually. All right.
There might be a sixth one, actually. Oh, Malcolm Greenwich would be the sixth one.
All right. Corey Edwards. I'll take judicial notice of that one. Roger Williams. I'll take judicial notice of that one. James McDonald. James McDonald. I'll take judicial notice of that one. And then there's another block of them a little later.
Correct. I think Bergie Brooks and Trayvon Lane came a little later.
Trayvon Brooks. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Bergie Brooks.
Sorry, Trayvon Lane. I'll take
Okay, Trayvon
judicial
Lane.
notice of that. And all right, Bergie Brooks.
And then recently Malcolm Greenwich.
Recently, Malcolm Greenwich. Michael Payne.
What?
Michael Payne.
Malcolm Payne was a transporter.
Okay. Malcolm Greenwich. All right. I'll take judicial notice of that.
Of all six.
Yes. So,
Did you become aware that certain of those six individuals weren't cooperating, even though they had been served papers by California?
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, and let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
And he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get a compelling.
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you do with the people who weren't cooperative despite the California authorities ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, well, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Bergie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Was there Malcolm Greenwich on
yes, Malcolm was, yes. And I can't remember the last one. I know we've already spoke about him though.
How about Devontae Lee? Did you have to do one?
Yes,
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we didn't need a compelling order.
correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes,
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No,
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Evans?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Sams.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gaddis?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony is based on your work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. This primarily was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right. And so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're really as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer.
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report
That's correct.
or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written.
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant.
Correct.
Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
Be hopeful. But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
Haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to you departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers report, fair enough, you know, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like, would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. A lot of times, like there'll be either one of the guys from cold case that will kind of pick up the case
Right.
and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay, well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, you know, finish up this officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like we said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes. It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you're sitting here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
You work for the district attorney's office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the district attorney's office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts
And present it to them.
and
Yes.
present it to the district attorney's office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them,
Yes, sir.
right? But fair to say, those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I
Sure.
forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator? No.
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant, the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who is just writing the search warrant. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant.
Yes, he was.
And he was on who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well,
Yes, sir.
other detectives as well,
Yes, sir.
as well as the crime scene analysts that we have on scene.
Yes.
And they're all looking for information.
Correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that was taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, I just, if I could have I have it right showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes.
Okay, so this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
Yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
And for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh the recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh.
I can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I, up to this point, have not read the full document.
Okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, the name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Dwayne Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do now.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yal.
Now, with regards to Yosef Yal, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yao.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases, then they determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you were not.
That's correct.
Okay. That would be something that Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusuf, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California
No, I did not.
or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court.
No, I did not.
And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point, how many years?
2.5, maybe?
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusef.
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you're going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point,
Yes,
but not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
correct. He was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No, primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I didn't.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes,
And we talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with the glasses, myself, and my investigator as well as Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer's report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case and that submission of that report ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18?
To my understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him benefit of the doubt, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as we sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mogg in between that time period.
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes,
He's actually in custody.
correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Mogg would know of.
Yes.
How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once again,
I
that-
have not issued a, yes.
So
And the
that-
same answer that Detective Mogg would be, he would have more knowledge on that.
Now, the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say, in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone. Right?
And in today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby, and they're doing it over and over again, that would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. Oh, I'm sorry, 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah, there looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it
That's correct.
and something else that's there. It looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Now, in your one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been this would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to mention it. But let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken, that's like our property return
Yes.
or search warrant return. Okay.
That's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued. So I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody would do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items. So I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mog's job, not your job.
Yes.
Because at the time he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
Correct.
Now there's, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers, another laptop computer, 8 HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residents, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there.
Yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mogg's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Detective Gaddis, I'm done with my cross-examination of you.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers today.
Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sam. Mr. Jackman will redirect.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this, do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, sir. You do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour. Absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Detective Mogg remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retires?
Yes. Yes.
And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And usually the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Sanft also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, is the opinion. I'm not quite clear what the relevance of that was.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, this is really unusual, there's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her in her experience, is there anything inappropriate about
I don't know how her experience is relevant.
that? He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Overruled.
I would say Detective Mobb would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sam?
Yes, Your Honor. Since we're walking through this door, so with regards to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He
So
had
to
the most
continue-
knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact not in evidence.
Your approach.
Okay, so what they are discussing now is Detective Mogg was the lead investigator in Las Vegas, and apparently he retired. But like one of the last things he did is he wanted this case to go to trial, and so apparently even after he retired, I'm getting the impression that he was still working on this case. Now I haven't heard this, but that's what I'm understanding from these questions. And apparently he never wrote the officer's report or never submitted it even after retiring. Or if he did it after he was no longer a detective, and that's why they're saying that he was Mr. Mogg. So that's what the discrepancy is here. And that's why the defense attorney, Attorney Samp, that's why he's taking such a long time with this witness and actually he's been doing this with any chance that he gets, because I've heard him bring up Detective Mogg a number of times, which makes me wonder. I'm assuming the state is going to call Detective Mogg.
All right, it's overruled. You may
See what
ask
they
your
rule.
question.
And I just forgot the question, so let me back it up real quick here. So you're telling us though that he was the best for the job,
Yes,
okay? And that at the time of his retirement, 2023, he was the best for the job.
he had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case.
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes, and when he retired, he did not have an officer's report.
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, I know. I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report.
Correct.
And you say he was best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case.
There are additional detectives. Absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the homicide division?
Well, I say that about Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me, that made the most sense, in my opinion.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report.
Well,
And you don't know.
objection. She just said she doesn't know if there is one.
Let me ask you this
Sustain.
question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as you sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago.
Yes, I do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so in terms of the way you're describing it out, are you saying that Detective Mogg was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mogg.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mogg situation, are you telling us though that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So are you aware of a retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he at some point worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Mogg did in this case, that after he retired, he became a investigator just like Dean O'Kelly on cold cases?
Detective Mogg did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officer's report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would you put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you, Detective Gaddis. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess.
All right. So while they're in recess, we'll recap. Now, with this lady and the previous detectives that were on the stand, they went through a lot of information on a search that they did of Keefe D's house. And it was a search warrant. And I believe it might have been in 2023. This wasn't that long ago, but or it might even been more recent than that, because it was for this trial that's now taking place, and the time passed had been about 30 years. And so the defense attorney asked a great question too, like what were they planning, or what did they think they would find 30 years later that they wouldn't have found before? Like, for example, what were they searching for that would have survived for 30 years? What evidence is this? And they never really gave a clear answer. And so I think that's what the defense attorney was getting to also, was that, they were trying to look through Detective Mogg's records, and he never completed his report, his officer's report on the case, apparently. And that's what we just heard, is that as it now stands, I don't believe there is an officer's report. He never completed one. So that leaves a lot of things unanswered. But what they recovered and the evidence they were showing that was interesting was a lot of newspaper clippings related to Tupac, his murder, Biggie's murder, Orlando Anderson, even Keefe D's books. So I'm not really sure what the prosecution is going for with this and what they're trying to show, because this could cut both ways, or this could be nothing. Like, if I was a juror, I'm trying to just, think why this would even be important. Why are they showing me this? So what that Keefe D has newspaper clippings about this? He could, number one, a fan could do that, but Keefe D, his nephew was Orlando Anderson. Whether Keefe D, because again, whether Keefe D's story is true or not, if we were to consider that you take his alleged story that this is all false and that he was not even in Las Vegas, okay. Having these articles doesn't mean, or doesn't show, that he likely was in Las Vegas. Don't forget, his nephew was Orlando Anderson. We know Orlando Anderson was in Las Vegas. He's on the surveillance video in the fight with Tupac. We know that. Okay. So for him to have newspaper clippings related to Orlando Anderson, that makes sense. That's his nephew. But even related to Tupac, he had the altercation with his nephew. And don't forget, Keefe D knows Suge Knight. They grew up together in Death Row. So it's not unrealistic for him to save newspaper clippings and things. Like, maybe this is like a hobby of his. Maybe this is what he does. I mean, admittedly, it sounds a little strange for a gangster to be scrapbooking and stuff, but hey, I don't know. Maybe gangsters scrapbook. I don't know. But either way, I don't see how that really hurts the defense. I don't. If anything, if I was a defense attorney, um, I could spin this into it actually helps the defense because it shows that Keefe D kept up with all information surrounding this case, which made it very easy for him to fabricate a story to try to monetize. If he knew all the details from the police or from police report, well, not police reports, but from the articles and whatever was reported, if he has all that information, he can then turn around and say, first of all, to save his life and to get out of the drug charge, he could tell the police officers in this proffer segment, hey, guess what? I have a story that, you will like. And then if I give you this, that'll get me out of this. And so that was his incentive the first time, was to make up this story. And then subsequently to tell this story in a book and paid appearances across YouTube and you name it. So I think this would help the defense, just showing that, yeah, he collected all of these things and that he was well versed in writing the story. And then they showed he had his own book. So what? You write a book, you're going to have your own book. Listen, when my book comes out, I'm going to put it right there up the shelf behind me. I'm going to have it all over the place. I'm going to have tons of copies of my own book. Who cares? Why does that matter? I don't understand why that matters. And then it was interesting, and I believe it was the defense attorney who pointed this out, but Keefe D's name, Keefe, is misspelled on the cover of the book. Now I'm telling you right now, if they misspelled my name on my own book, I'm not putting it out. So I need this to be very, hey, can somebody look this up for me real quick? Otherwise I will. But on Keefe D's book, the final copy that came out, did they correct the spelling? Or is it still misspelled? Because for all we know, that could have been an original copy or an early prototype. I'm sorry. And then they since corrected the misspelling. Who knows? Or maybe it is the final copy. But if it is final and it's misspelled, if I were the defense attorney, I would argue, well, see there, Keefe D had so little involvement in the book that his name isn't even spelled right. That I would definitely use it because, again, his position is that this is all fabricated. He lied about all of this. He made all of this up. So let's go back to, let me consult my notes here, the witnesses that were on before. So Malcolm Greenidge, better known as Idi Amin from the Outlaws, he testified. And let's see, he said that he traveled to Las Vegas with Tupac and rode in Kidada Jones, who is Tupac's fiance, daughter of Quincy Jones, rode in the Lexus with them. He actually did not attend the Tyson fight because he was waiting for Tupac to contact him. And at the time of the shooting, so anyway, he said that when he arrived at the MGM for the fight or to meet Tupac, Tupac and Suge were on their way out. So they turned around and left. They went back to the Luxor where Tupac was staying to change clothes. Then they got in cars to head to Club 662, but they first drove to Suge Knight's mansion. Says he doesn't know why they did that. This is also my first time ever hearing this, that they didn't go straight to Club 662. They drove to Suge Knight's mansion. I didn't even know he had one in Las Vegas, but this makes sense. He did attend UNLV, and he also has his club there, 662. So Suge is very tied in, and apparently was a local resident even in Las Vegas, or had a home there. Anyway, so Idi Amin says that he was in the car immediately behind Tupac and Suge. And then he said, he heard the gunshots and Suge made a U-turn. And so they made a U-turn and followed Suge until eventually pulled over or came to a stop. I'm sorry. They went over the median. The car came to a stop. He says that he got out and ran up. And I think it was Suge who told him, get on the ground. They're going to shoot you. And he turned around and the police officer was right there and had a shotgun aimed at him. So he, lay down on the ground. But the most important thing that he said was he could not see or identify the occupants of the white Cadillac. So he did confirm that he said it was a light colored Cadillac, white or cream colored initially. And on the stand today, he said white colored. So light colored Cadillac, but he could not identify the occupants. So let's look at this. So for the prosecution, the pros for them, this corroborates Tupac's location, the entourage, and basically the story. So this corroborates that, Tupac was where he was, how the shooting went down, all of that. That was about it. I don't really know what else they were hoping to get from Idi Amin. But for the defense, the positives for them, he couldn't identify Keffe D. So he couldn't identify Keffe D as being in the car or one of the passengers. In fact, he couldn't identify anybody in the Cadillac. So I think that's kind of powerful for the defense. At least what they can use out of it is he did not independently verify Keffe D's story. So he could not place Keffe D at the scene. And this is a recurring theme I keep bringing up. And I think this is what the defense is trying to do also, is that there's no verifiable information that shows that Keffe D was in Las Vegas. There's nothing to verify Keffe D's story at this point. So the whole crux of the defense is that Keffe D was incentivized to make up this entire story about being in the Cadillac, passing the gun around, all of that. He did it for monetary gain. He did it initially to avoid prosecution on a drug charge. So that's his story. And outside of any independent verification, that's reasonable doubt. It is reasonable doubt. Like I've said before, there are lots of people who admit to committing crimes they never did, that they did not do. All right, wait, hold on there. We're coming back in after the break.
Back on record in C377407. Over the break, one of our jurors let Marshall Spies know that it was juror 5, Sydney Stratton, let the Marshall know that she knows Mr. Scott, who was the CSA who testified. I don't know any more information about that. I was just going to have her come out and ask her some questions about that relationship, see if it would affect her ability to be fair and impartial. And then if you guys have any questions about it, just I'll give you that opportunity as well.
Yes, right.
Okay, can we get Ms. Stratton in, Randy?
So juror number 5 knows Officer Scott, who testified previously. I don't know why they're repeating the juror's name. They don't need to do that. This is interesting, though. I'm glad juror 5 spoke up also, because otherwise, had this come out later, that could have been, potentially something for appeal. Yeah. So I guess they're going to bring in juror number 5 or I don't know if he's still standing, so they haven't brought her in yet. Clearly. Let's see what Detective Scott said. Oh, he's a crime scene analyst, Jeffrey Scott, and he responded to the search warrant at Keffe D's home. Yeah, he was the one. They displayed photographs of a Dodge Challenger inside the residence, an envelope inside the vehicle, documents found inside the envelope. He admitted that he could not always remember which photographs he personally took. And on cross-examination, the defense highlighted, his limited memory. Yeah, that was it. He it wasn't really a lot involving him, to be honest. Yeah. So I'm wondering, are they questioning juror number 5 at this point? Because it seems like the jurors are now back in, as the entire court is now seated. So I'm imagining that they would be questioning her about her relationship, how she knows Jeffrey Scott, if this will impair her ability to be impartial in the case, and if it does impair that, they're probably going to have to excuse juror number 5 and move in an alternate. Let's see. Oh, got a ton of questions. Angelica, great to see you. Yeah, I love the way the defense attorney lays down foundation. I know he's going to come back with something that ties it all together for his questions, even the simple ones. I agree. The defense attorney is doing a great job. He's doing a fantastic job. I really like this guy, which is troubling because, hey, I'm a huge Tupac fan, and if Keefe D is responsible for this, you know, I want justice to be served. But if he's not, that's the other thing. I want somebody innocently to go to prison, although, you know, it's not very smart to implicate yourself in a crime, especially of this magnitude, especially if you're doing it for monetary gain and you lied about it. But I do appreciate the work this defense attorney is doing. Came through dressed like a pimp. I'm not sure who we're referring to. Is that where? I'm not sure who that's referred to.
For the record, Ms. Stratton has exited the room. You may be seated. Anything else we need to discuss on that issue?
Not from the state. No, yeah.
Anything we need to discuss outside the presence?
Not from the state. No, yeah.
All right, we'll get the jurors lined up. And who is the witness that we're going to do next?
Mark Hatton.
Mark Hatton.
Yeah, he's a firearms person.
Okay.
So he should be short.
All right, and as soon as we get the jury in, we'll proceed with that one short witness, and then we'll take our lunch break. You had said there were 6 witnesses you wanted to get on, and we've done 5.
And then one in the afternoon.
So the 6th is in the afternoon.
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
We believe we should take most, if not all.
Okay, no worries.
Maybe not. I mean, who knows? You know, it talks all day.
Stand for jury.
So the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, so you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call us Mark Hatton.
Anyone else notice how often Keefe D's been coughing today? He had a coughing fit when they were showing the evidence seized from his home. Is that psychosomatic, or is he battling something? Anyway, I don't miss anything.
Thank you.
Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Mark Hatton, MARKHATTEN.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hatton, how are you employed?
I'm currently a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I was hired in 2007. I also worked as an IBAN technician within the firearms unit of the forensic laboratory at the Metro Forensic Lab for 7 years, from 2018 until 2025.
Can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes, NIBIN stands for the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a program that's overseen by the federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, otherwise known as the ATF. And this is a technology that contains hardware and software that takes high resolution 2D and 3D images of a cartridge case that has been fired, or a cartridge, excuse me, that has been fired out of the firearm. It looks specifically at the head stamp area. And I also brought a model with me of a cartridge if the court will allow me to use this. And I could also pass this around to the jury so you can get a closer look and see exactly and understand what NIBIN is looking at.
Mr. Hatton, you're getting a little ahead of me, but let's go. No, it's fine. I was going to ask you, what is a cartridge case?
Cartridge case, it's what this is called is a cartridge. And once it's fired, the bullet gets projected out of the barrel and the cartridge case gets ejected from the firearm. And basically it contains all the components of a cartridge, including the bullet, the cartridge case. Can I use
Yes, and so it appears you brought a demonstrative. Your Honor, may
Yes.
the witness use the demonstrative for the purposes of explaining it to the jury.
Is it the two? Yeah. Okay. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so during the firing process, when somebody pulls the trigger, this bullet will project out of the barrel. And this is the cartridge case. This is the head stamp area. It can be stamped with the manufacturer of the ammunition as well as the caliber. And this is the what NIBIN looks at, specifically the primer area, which contains a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder within the cartridge case.
And then on the back of the cartridge, you had mentioned that, or the cartridge case, you had mentioned that the strike that causes the explosion to expunge the bullet, is that strike unique or something that you look at in determining whether or not a cartridge has been fired from a similar, the same gun?
Yes, it's unique because during the manufacturing process of the firearm, it has tooling marks and it's hardened steel. This metal is soft, so this comes out at very high velocity. So when that slams into the firearm, it imparts its unique markings from that tooling process directly onto the cartridge case.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to case number 960907-2063, where you asked to do some work on that case.
Yes, I was.
And is it fair to say that, and the jury's already heard this and they've been received in evidence, that 7 cartridge cases with a head stamp of 140 SNW were recovered from that scene?
That's correct.
And then initially, when this case first occurred in 1996, they were run through the database that existed in 1996. Is that fair to say?
Not in 1996, it was in 2003 because NIBIN was not created. It was a program called DrugFire, and NIBIN actually was implemented in 1997, but of course it takes time to build up the database, so it really wasn't the database wasn't built up until about the early 2000s. So that's when they actually initially entered this cartridge case into the NIBIN system.
So in 1996, it was DrugFire, and then in 2003, it was re-entered into NIBIN. Is that fair to say?
I don't have any knowledge if this was entered into DrugFire.
So we'll focus on 2003, the NIBIN entry. Did the cartridges used in this particular cartridge cases collected in this case match any other cartridge cases that were entered into NIBIN back in 2003?
They did not.
Did they match any other firearm that was recovered by 2003?
They did not.
Now, in 2023, were you asked to re-enter these cartridge cases or re-examine them within the NIBIN system?
Yes, I was.
And that request, I think, was made by Mark DiGiacomo.
Yes, it was.
And had technology changed between 2003 and 2023?
Yes, so that 20-year period, yes, the cameras and the resolution has definitely improved over the 20-year time frame.
And is it also fair to say that probably in the intervening 20 years, more cartridge cases and more firearms have been entered into the NIBIN system.
Yes, it's the gold standard of that type of ballistics. So everybody uses it now, and yes, there's millions of images in the database.
And did you actually conduct the? Did you actually look into NIBIN to see whether or not this cartridge case matched any other cartridge case that was entered into NIBIN?
Yes, I entered it into NIBIN myself, and we did a nationwide search, and it looked throughout the entire country. And then the NIBIN results had no associations other to the original entry from 2003.
So what you learned from NIBIN is when you entered the cartridge in 2003, it matched the cartridge you entered in 2023.
That's correct.
But nationwide, it did not match any other cartridge case that had been previously entered into NIBIN.
No, it did not.
Any, sorry, cross-examination, Mr. Smith?
Sir, did you actually look at the actual cartridge casings themselves?
Yes, I looked all 7 side by side, and I screened them and then grouped them into one grouping, which represents one firearm.
All right. And as far as you recall or understand that the cartridge casings were located at one scene, not multiple scenes.
I didn't look into the case notes. That's try to keep our distance. We don't do any investigative work at the lab, so we don't want to bias our mind to what was. So I did not review any of the crime scene photos, any of the diagrams. I do not know. All I know is I have 7 cartridge cases. How do they group and which ones to enter?
Okay. And so out of the 7, all of them look like they're fired from the same firearm.
Yes, they had similar visual characteristics, and I entered one, which I assigned as lab item 1.
I see. So no one of them was different, like indicating maybe another gun was used. All of them were from the same gun.
That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from our jurors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hatton. You're free to go. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused. That was our short witness before the lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time, we're going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of a commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1 p.m. for further testimony. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yes, Your Honor. So we're going to have Robert Ladd testify at whenever we come back in.
Okay, you can all be
And-
seated.
And there was this outstanding issue during our gang motion about the term shot caller. Now, in the interim, we found that Mr. Davis refers to himself as the shot caller in the book. I don't know that that was pointed out. I had not realized that at the time of that motion, so I certainly failed to point that out. But at this point, the state's going to be asking that we allow Mr. Ladd to use that term. When I pre-trialed him last night, I told him he is not allowed to use it unless the court gives a go-ahead, so he's aware of that prohibition. But I
Was
think,
the idea that he was going to be the one to lay the foundation, that he was the shot call, that
yes,
allegedly KPD
Yes.
was the shot caller?
yes.
So we can use that term and attempt to lay the foundation, and then I guess we can just, at some point, you can approach and say, has that been conclusively established or
Okay,
something?
so I just want to know the mechanism. So I'm not going to have him say it at all, and then I will try and lay the general gang foundation, and then I'll lie the foundation for Mr. Davis's role within the gang, and at that point, I'll probably just ask to approach out of an abundance of caution, and then see if the foundation's.
Does that work for you, Mr. Stamps?
It does, Your Honor. I did have one for the housekeeping matter for a shot caller issue.
Yes.
Okay,
The other issue is that we're asking the court to see if we could just exclude print on the record or publishing to everybody the addresses of my clients in terms of where his family still lives today in Compton. So if we're going to talk about a location that would just use maybe the street name, something like that to differentiate.
I think that's appropriate. For
That
the,
might be
not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You
So
can say like the
without giving
3600 block,
Can
maybe?
I think it's a little complicated because there's a 1405 and a four. There's two houses on the same block, and so I think if Mr. Sam doesn't object to us just saying that on the search warrants it's listed as Mr. Davis's house without giving the actual address, or Mr. Anderson's or Miss Anderson's house without giving the actual address, I'm happy to do that. Like, I'm not trying to cause any problems. It's just that
Would
I
that,
don't want the vagary used against us.
sure, would that compromise work for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that's all we're asking is just if we just refer to who the house is.
The exhibits themselves that will be admitted list the actual address, but we won't display those portions of the exhibits publicly if that helps.
Yes,
Okay.
Your Honor, thank you. Yes,
Sounds good.
Okay.
Anything else on that vein, Mr. Sanford?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, anything else we need to address in general? Hearing nothing, we'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
When are we coming back to?
1 o'clock.
All right. So they're in recess. I'm going to take a recess too for lunch and then come back with you guys. Be shortly there after 1 p.m. Real quick, I want to talk about the gentleman, Officer Hatton, who just testified from NIBIN. Now, basically, what his job was is he analyzes bullet cartridges. And so what he was saying is the 7 that were recovered at the scene, the cartridges that killed Tupac, all came from the same gun. And within the database of guns and cartridges that have been found and put in there, there's nothing else that came up, meaning none of the cartridges were attributed to any other gun in that system. So this basically says that there was one gun that fired all 7 rounds that killed Tupac, which is consistent with Keefe story. So that corroborates that. However, no murder weapon was ever recovered. So that's problematic, or is it? I mean, maybe not that much, but that's what this was. So this basically helps to narrow down that it is one gun, and it's not like there's potentially any other guns out there that could have fired, or multiple guns or multiple people. So that was the defense doing their due diligence to show that they have at least investigated the cartridges and they were able to ascertain that it came from one gun. All right. So now I'm going to leave you with the seal. I am going to take a lunch break with the jury and the court. I have a meeting I have to do, another project I'm working on, but I will be back at 1 p.m. So enjoy your lunch, everybody, and we will see you then.
record. We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jurors?
Not from the state.
Okay. And we have Mr. Ladd
Yes.
ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to delay for him. Perfect. All right, we'll get the jurors lined up and we'll bring them right. They are lined up? Okay, perfect. And just so I'm aware, 1 o'clock tomorrow is the plan?
Yes. 1 o'clock tomorrow. I think this is our last witness for today. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but.
Okay. So once I have them recessed after this witness, we'll tell them to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
And are we still starting again on Thursday?
That's the idea. If you guys are ready at that time. So you guys can talk about it and let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Stand for the jury.
So the party stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you liked lunch. We are still in the state's case in chief. Mr. Kalal, you're standing up, so I assume you're calling your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
State calls Robert Ladd.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Robert Ladd, ROBERT, LADD.
You may proceed, Mr. Kalal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ladd.
How you doing, sir?
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about your employment?
Yes, I'm retired now, but I was a police officer for 32 years.
Where did you start your career?
I started in 1983 when I was hired by the city of Compton,
And what was your initial position with the city of Compton?
a patrol officer.
And then did you change positions at some point?
Yes, when I was a patrol officer for several years, and that really was my beginning introduction into the world of the Crips and Bloods, because most of the radio calls that we got in Compton revolved around gang activity. So I got to learn there, the way they dressed, the territories, how to read graffiti. And then in 1988, I was promoted to the gang unit.
And for our edification, how big is Compton?
Compton's a 10 square mile city. It had a population of 100,000 people, and we had 55 active gangs in this little 10 square mile city.
Is it fair to say that most of the gangs were affiliated either with the Crips or Blood or Mob and various subsets of those types of groups?
Yes, it was basically Crips, Pyrus, and Hispanic gangs.
Mr. Kalal, you've reminded me this may be a good time to read the Tavares instruction.
You're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, federal convictions, as well as gang affiliation. These are not offered to show the defendant's propensity to commit crime or any other improper purpose, and you may not consider it for those purposes. It is only offered to establish the credibility of his prior statement, the statements made by defendant, motive, and identity. You may proceed, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and then tell us a little bit about your career in terms of, you said in 1983 you became a patrol officer and you were patrolling Compton, which had you responding to a lot of gang-related calls. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then you ultimately go to the gang unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned a partner?
Yes, my partner was Tim Brennan.
And then who was the lieutenant in charge of the gang unit at the time?
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time as a gang detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yes, when I got into the gang unit in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year and hundreds of shootings. So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis and tried to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I could kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
Okay, so I mean, you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer or detective rolling through Compton and trying to start a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair, and you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana or whatever, we'd come up and we'd talk to them and say, man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff. And so over time, they say, all right, this guy's pretty cool. We'll talk to him.
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie. Is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the Compton knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country, as well as around the world, to learn about the Crips and Bloods. And so we taught them about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year, and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides too. I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings, did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Absolutely. Gang cases they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where you're not supposed to talk to the police, you're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward, they're afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters. And so they're really hard. We really don't have any witnesses. So we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but is it fair to say that if somebody wants to, if the case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant? They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background?
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, in gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member. You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about a gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about, I'm going to ask you about the Southside Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, the Southside Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city. In their area, they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on it, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, anything blue identifies him with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap. It had an S on it. And to them, the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995, 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Dwayne Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining a gang. And usually, most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it's probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up. And he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these are the ages between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages. So they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members, and being lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now, this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase. And a lot of them are getting older now and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect. Now they're the older gangsters. And these guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the old OGs tell younger gangsters what to do, they do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just
Gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Dwayne Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
So I'm not sure what they're approaching about now at sidebar. But this is Officer or former Officer Ladd from Compton PD.
All right, so you're saying that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Compton Crips.
Absolutely, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, he could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we're a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis. But during my time in the gang unit, we were approached by two different agencies, the FBI task force, really, the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
yeah, he's male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it's either gray or black suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case?
It will.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal like gangster attire like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became the leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed, have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well dressed.
I'm going to ask you now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay, and can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner, Tim Brennan, and I, we were at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat. We're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to Southside Crip territory. And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We can hear them hitting our car. I heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shots stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where the shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people. And during their interviews, they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner. So they were automatically in the gang, and Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Was not.
Now, were you familiar? Well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Dwayne Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keefe's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keefe is what Mr. Davis went by.
Yeah, Keefe D.
Yeah, Keefe D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to Mr.
Yes, I
Davis?
kind of know him by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes, had many contacts with Mr. Brown. He was kind of a older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
And I guess in the mid 90s, what phase or what level would you say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then, did he go by any nicknames that you're aware of, Orlando Anderson?
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then, were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith, many contacts with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a Southside Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man, and he was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
Were you also familiar with a gang called Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city. Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Piru. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory. So they started at Mob Piru, which stands for Members of Bloods. Now their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang also. And they identified themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare up between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, but even before any of the music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and Southside Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
And were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to his ascension in Death Row Records?
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the Mob Piru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Do you recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Piru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the mob Pyru, Looters Park Pyru. Um, he had two younger brothers, um, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the mob Pyrus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find a mob Pyru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
And actually, States Exhibit 60. Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Pyru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Pyru.
No, actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
So like the middle, most violent level.
Yes,
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then in you'd mentioned Buntry. Is that Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s, what level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you now in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
very. Yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Oh, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then if somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
They have to retaliate. If the gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate, or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect and credibility.
And what's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility in the streets?
Well, I mean, no, you're going to be nothing in that game, really.
And then we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's several miles out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate.
No.
But as a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So then try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be a major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to the Mob Pyru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And you had said that we're talking about the chain. We're talking about that death row chain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that they were wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight, that's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in '95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, like just, Trayvon, Neckbone, Buntree. They gave one to Reggie Wright Jr. So not too many people had him at this time. So it was a prized possession to these guys.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You're aware there, you become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr. And he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the Southside Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this? Or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the mob Pyru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Alondra Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in the crossfire, and she was hit, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a Southside Crip member, and again, he was a shot caller for the Southside Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Dwayne Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions of it. There was a group called the Burrs Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that at some point there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization?
Yes, they used to be one big happy family, but there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burrs Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Pyru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Pyru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius. But during this particular heightened sense of violence, what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Pyru and Southside Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim to me, there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible because the Mob Piru had to retaliate, and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no doubt in my mind who's responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, do you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant?
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had two purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members. And so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believed this search warrant might help Metro in its investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicides is when we did these search warrants, we'd find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We'd find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we'd bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that were involved, like that we were heard about that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them. So that's how we help them.
So the search warrant served two purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose, or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent two detectives.
Now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take this guns off the street for the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
You know, I'm actually going to approach with state's proposed exhibit number 161.
You may.
I'm showing you what's proposed state's exhibit number 161.
I gotta get my glasses on.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in what state's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search warrant?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared. Well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
And was it? Did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes,
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
definitely. Yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, state's going to move state's proposed exhibit 161 to evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Smith?
Objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the Southside Crips when it came to trying to stop this war and stop this violence. Is it fair to say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with Southside Crips houses?
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And to include members of Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Now, Commissioner Prochar?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses, is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Dwayne Davis's house and Dwayne Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move State's Exhibits 162 and 163 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to State's Exhibit 162. Can you?
Yeah, you just want me to avoid the address, though, right? We have to avoid the address, so maybe take it off. Jessica, maybe take it off me while it comes up, so we can avoid the address itself. What page do you want, Mr.?
The fourth page, please. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the second page first?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but do you recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
Yes.
And fair to say they were members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is one Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 163. If we can take it off us for a second.
Okay, give me half a second here. Sorry, can we approach? I think you're just gonna have to show it to him, Mr. Blah. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
So I'm showing you page 3 of State's Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes.
And who's that?
Myself.
And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other is an envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And all of these 3 items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So from Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have from Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then and is part of the reason why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur?
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
I guess in this one it's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt, a hotel receipt that was collected. Is that fair?
Yes.
What hotel? Tell us more. Where is it? Ask the
I'm
follow-up
gonna
question.
approach. I'm gonna show you states 160, and we're not gonna talk about the addresses specifically, but the two addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis. One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
I'm gonna move 160's evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrants, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
But with regards to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yes.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that questioning?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. You were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
So were you responsible for the investigation to Christopher Wallace?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Wallace?
Yes.
Why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were. And we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting ready to, they were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glencoe Street crew on the Southside Compton Crips, that they had started engaged in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the Southside Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals or those two functions part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as States Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes, this is a search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search you did on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
In court's indulgence, Your Honor, we're just pulling that up.
Sure.
Just so you can put it on me.
And Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, if I can figure out how to make the Zoom work on this. Oh, that didn't work. Let's see if the Zoom tool's not working.
Well, Mr. Ladd, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up
Okay.
there, but I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
See, a money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Now, in relation to this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So like if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search warrant.
Correct.
Now, I am going to ask you, did you spend, you said you had worked at Compton till about, actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
From 1983 to 2001.
Um,
I'm sorry, 2000.
Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And did you stay with? Did you sign on to the LA Sheriff's Office after that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Okay.
Go ahead, if you weren't
Okay,
finished,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. And do you recall how many of the Compton police officers were hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the sheriff's department.
Now you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yes.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I lateraled over to an agency, Garden Grove PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes.
Um,
It's still a busy city, but wasn't nothing like Compton.
and then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and Crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'd forgotten about one of the murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
Okay.
One of the people that was shot was a man by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did Where did Bobby Finch live in relation to Corey Edwards?
Next door.
Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
Southside Crips.
And do Bobby Finch and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they did.
Seal pass the witness.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before we get into cross? Seeing no hands, Mr. Sampt. Oh. Good? You're good? Restroom. Okay, perfect. All right. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess.
All right. So we have Robert Ladd, retired police officer, on the stand. Who worked in the Compton gang unit. He actually worked under Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr., so Reggie Wright Jr.'s father. He basically established that he's very, very familiar with both the Mob Piru Bloods and the Southside Compton Crips. And immediately after Tupac was shot, there was a gang war where basically the Mob Piru Bloods wanted retaliation, and they attributed Tupac's shooting to the Southside Compton Crips. Now that's important because it does corroborate Keefe D's story. And so even though no members from the Mob Piru Bloods actually spoke to police, their actions show you what they were feeling, and that their actions display that they attributed the shooting of Tupac to the Southside Compton Crips. So that's important. But the major thing is they're being funny about this. I don't know if you noticed this, but allegedly in the receipt of the search warrant, that basically is a receipt and it lists items obtained during the search warrant of Keefe D's home. It says a hotel receipt. Now there was two different searches. There was the one in 1996 following Tupac's death, and it says hotel receipt listed. That's it. It doesn't say anything else. Where is this hotel receipt? What hotel is it from? What time period is it from? Is this from September 7th, that weekend in Las Vegas? They don't say. So I'm waiting to hear about that. Then in that same search, apparently Orlando Anderson lived a couple houses down, but in that search of his home, they found a receipt from Excalibur Hotel. Now, see, this actually says the name of the hotel, Excalibur. We know that's in Las Vegas. They don't say the time, but I'm assuming that's from the time of the shooting. But then following Biggie's death, they did search warrants again. This is what they meant by the dual search warrants, meaning that they were searching the homes of both Mob Piru Blood members as well as homes of Southside Compton Crips. And in this second one, in Keefe D's home, there's something that is listed as, it says money bill due to Monte Carlo Casino. What is that? Money bill due. There's a bill that they need to pay for the Monte Carlo Casino. Is that for staying there? What is that? And again, what's the date? You know, is it from the relevant time period? Is it September 7th? And also, where is it? Where are these receipts? Now I'm starting to think this is a little fishy, because you say in the first search warrant, there's the hotel receipt from Keefe D's. Where is it? It was obtained in the search. Where is it? How come we haven't seen it? In the second one, the money bill due. They retrieved that from Keefe D's. Where is the money bill? Where are these two things? Because either one of them could tie Keefe D to Las Vegas that weekend. That's what we need at this point. Is we need some kind of independent evidence that verifies Keefe D's story. Because Keefe D's position is that he's lying and making this entire story up. Okay, but if we are able to find evidence that says, no, you actually were there, that contradicts it, because Keefe D's trying to say he wasn't even in Las Vegas. I need to see receipts. I need receipts of the receipts. So where is this? They claim they've retrieved it, but I don't know why we haven't seen it. All right, let's go to questions. What do we have here? Yeah, that's right, Angelica. Connection to the Reggies sounds about right. Oh wait, I said that. You said connection to the Reggies. I said sounds about right. WRIGHT. Double entendre. I couldn't help it. It'd be better if I was typing it out. Yeah, but anyway, yeah, it is kind of shady. What else do we have? We can go back a little bit. Yeah, Angelica again. So you picked up on what I said about the coughing. Yeah, Keefe D seems to have these coughing fits at various times. And from my behavioral psychology training, I don't claim to be an expert, but I know a little bit about it enough. That's a tell. That's a tell. Something is making him nervous. And this happened a few times. I'm not sure what it is. He definitely had it when they were discussing the search warrant. I wonder if maybe there are some receipts. Maybe. I don't know. But something was definitely making him nervous. Yeah. But very, very interesting stuff. I can't wait to see what happens on cross-examination. I hope that the defense attorney was his last name Stamp. I hope that he asks about these receipts and inquires about them, because they're listed on the search warrant, yet they're not admitted to evidence as far as I know. We haven't seen them, and I'm starting to think they don't actually have them, because if they did, why wouldn't you just show them? That would solve the problem of you wouldn't need to show that there's a receipt of the evidence collected. You just show the receipt from the hotel itself. Unless, now I'm speculating because I've heard that there's been issues with the files, and even Greg Kading allegedly had to hide the files, or he stole the files, or both. Is it because things came up missing? Are they going to say that they recovered these receipts from the hotels, but then they were subsequently stolen from the file or misplaced? Is that what we're going to hear? I don't know, but it's very interesting, because I don't really understand. So that was this gentleman, Robert Ladge. That was his direct examination, meaning the prosecution asked him all the questions they wanted to ask. So whatever evidence they were trying to get and whatever they were trying to elicit from him and put forth, they did. And so, but I mean, now the defense attorney is going to cross-examine him and try to pick that apart and probably bring up other things, to which I'm certain the prosecution will redirect him. But aside from that, just now where it's paused with what we've heard, really, I mean, what did he do for the prosecution? He established that there was a gang war. I think that's strong, though. He established there was a gang war, and that the Mob Piru Bloods felt the Southside Compton Crips were responsible for Tupac's shooting. So that's important, because again, they, by the culture and the code, they don't talk to the police. However, you can get the information just by watching their actions. So that's important, is without them saying it, clearly they attributed this to the Southside Compton Crips, and that fits Keefe D's story. I mean, but again, playing devil's advocate here, Keefe D says the story is made up. Now, don't forget that Keefe D didn't first tell this story until after his nephew Orlando Anderson was dead. it is possible that Orlando Anderson did pull the trigger, was in the car, but Keefe D may not have been in the car. Keefe D, by his story, well, he may not have even been in Vegas, but in order to save himself, because initially he told this story to police officers in order to avoid being convicted on a drug charge. And so he got a proffer agreement. So it is possible that, he knew Orlando was already deceased. He could make up this story. And I don't know if the other gentlemen in the car were deceased at the time. They are now, but I don't know if they were when he first told this. But from KVD's standpoint, there's nobody else, no other witnesses to say that he was lying, and they wouldn't talk to the police anyway. So he could now make up this story in order to save himself. That is entirely possible. And that's why it's not really, well, I guess it is important that the hotel receipt shows Orlando Anderson was there, but we already knew he was there because we have the surveillance video of the fight at the MGM. So that's not up for question. Orlando Anderson was definitely in Las Vegas the night of the Tupac murder, and he was in an altercation, a physical altercation with Tupac. So we know that. But it could be very well that he's the one who pulled the trigger, and either Keefe D was in the car and the story is as he told, which also could be. I mean, think about it. The story fits. It's plausible. So far, everything lines up. It really does. And in all likelihood, Keefe D probably telling the truth, probably was in the car. But we don't know for sure, because the story doesn't have to change much if there was only 3 people in the car and Keefe D was not one of them. The story doesn't change much. How do we know that instead of Big Dre sitting behind the driver and Orlando having to reach over him, how do we know Big Dre wasn't actually in the front passenger seat without Keefe D, and then Orlando was seated in the back behind the driver by himself? Maybe that is also potentially plausible. So either way, this could work. Let's see. Angelica's got some. Do I sense Keefe D's lawyers seem tired or frustrated? Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because I don't think that the state really said or did anything that was that damaging. Maybe tired a little bit. But I don't feel like they said anything that was really that damaging. I do think that he's doing a good job, great job, this entire case, but he does lengthy cross-examinations, if you notice. And that is irritating the state. The prosecution, I can tell, because they make little comments about how, they assume how long a witness will go. Like, well, you never know. Defense's cross-examination, goes on and on. But he's doing a good job. What's this one? I don't think the prosecutors are giving absolute evidence yet. There are so many questions to ask and have never been answered. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what they're doing, but it tells me that maybe they don't have the best evidence. And if I'm being honest, I think that's how we got here. And I think that's what took 30 years to get here, is the prosecution clearly doesn't have good evidence, because it seems like the only evidence they have is Keefe D's own self-incriminating statements. That may or may not be true, because he clearly had a motive to lie, and monetary motive to repeat that lie, and even in writing his book. Get Suge in here already. Yeah, I agree with you. That would be must-see TV. My goodness, if he took the stand, I hope that they bring him in and he takes this, even if he doesn't say anything. I would like to see Suge, but think about that. Like, he's the one witness that could determine Keefe D's fate, because he obviously knows Keefe D well. Keefe D said in the book, in the interviews, he said that he locked eyes with Suge. He said Suge looked right at him, and then Suge got shot in the head and he thought he was dead. But they know each other, so Suge clearly could tell if it was Keefe D. But he said that he refuses to participate, and he doesn't want anything to do with this. Yeah. So It would be great if he was in there, though. I would love to see him in. Anybody else out there got any comments, any theories, anything I missed? David Otunga, appreciate you sharing the live and your commentary. Thank you very much. Glad people are enjoying this. I'm enjoying this. I've been a huge Tupac fan, and I've followed this case since it happened. Always been super interested in it, and I wondered for years why KVD was just out here incriminating himself, telling this story, like putting himself in the car as part of this. I wondered why it took so long for somebody to do something about this. But I see clearly the evidence isn't very strong.
Back on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury in?
Top of the state. No, you're not.
Okay, let's bring him in. Randy.
All right, getting ready for this cross-examination. KVD is giving some last-minute coaching to his defense attorney. I'd love to know what he's saying.
Step to jury.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, we're on cross. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
KVD coughing again.
Thank you.
Now, during your time in Compton, seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what was out there. Any of the LAPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know.
Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out. There's another one out there besides End of Watch.
I like this attorney, but I don't know where he's going with this.
You share basically your experience working as a Compton police officer to the time you started working as a detective for gangs in a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
Now, in the book, I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right? In the book, you guys, Tim and Bob, we did this. Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that was a book that I would think that you would be proud of, the work that you put into the book.
Yes.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us and this jury today, that the book is accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And you would have taken great pains to make sure that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
Meaning, for instance, if you read something in the book that wasn't accurate and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right. I don't remember that. And there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
I think he's setting him up here.
In order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017.
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton in what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. There's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
Yeah.
like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories.
Right.
Most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa. And you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is it's a teamwork between you and Tim and Lolita writing the book for you.
It's a collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
Basically, we got Lolita Files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and
basically.
so
And she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book.
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was?
I love this. This is right where
Yeah,
I
she had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip hop scene. So when we got together, and we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. And was she working as a journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no much facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period, so the reader could see visually what was going on, right?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture, Leslie, the picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. Do you recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs for the jury, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many different areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. In addition to that, you also had included in here the affidavit, the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of the information in here is redacted, meaning it's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean at the beginning?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it yourself.
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, you just go to Amazon Books, and it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps because I'm not very good on the computer. I know how to turn them off and I know how to turn them on.
Well, let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes a platform that sells the book.
Yes,
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
correct.
Now, at some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes,
And how much money you and Tim and Lolita would potentially be making for the sale of each book.
correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the sale of each book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes, you don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, you remember how much they cost, how much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. Right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had, there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. Do you recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, yeah, we recovered that out of Suge Knight's house.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me just do this quick here. If I could approach and ask the clerk to mark this as proposed exhibit next in order.
What is the next order, Jess? B.
DD.
She'll put it on there. Is it B? B?
DD.
Okay, got it. It'll be a minute.
Thank you.
Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
I just need to say it first. No objection.
So admitted.
There, put you on.
You may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book? So showing you what's been marked as DB.
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon Tyson fight
Yes,
on September 7th, 1996.
yes,
And that ticket stub was located in Suge Knight's house.
yes.
Thank you. Just publishing for the jury here so they can see. Do you recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton as well as gather information.
Yes,
Now, with regard to this particular ticket, though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers conducting all the searches at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred in September.
yes,
So with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Seldon Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
it wasn't part of our investigation, no. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right. So let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So in terms of the actual murder investigation itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes,
And so, which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
not necessarily, but most of them did.
Yeah. And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations, you had invited the detectives that were assigned to the Metro homicide investigation here to come out to Compton to be present so that they could interview people if they wanted to.
Correct.
All right. And so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were some receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh.
The hotel receipts,
I
that's
think
what
the
I
state
said.
had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you got?
Let's get to it.
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations.
Yeah.
The two are up there.
Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and then once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's edification. State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
And then with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here. Looks like was a, let's see here. In State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt. Right?
Yes.
Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show, this is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel receipt that's on there is one of the items that was taken from, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
So unlike for instance, the Suge Knight ticket indicating that there was a fight and so forth in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996, this indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was a letter from the Excalibur Casino and so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. And just for the jury's edification here. So it looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have to be the same day of the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no.
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it's booked into property. So.
Right. And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Dwayne Davis, fair?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either the two residences in this case, did you find any indication at all? Any MGM grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight? Anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the second search warrant. And the second search warrant is this one here, States Exhibit 136. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, at the time it's executed, is it confidential or sealed?
Sometimes, yes.
In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at.
Yes.
And it would be unsealed at that point.
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo Casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Biggie Smalls. Remember that line of questioning from the
Yes.
state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it, you would have called Metro to say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here. And I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did. I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport.
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah. He's approximately a little shorter than you and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy.
Exactly.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but
So it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
Right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in 2015.
Yes.
And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996 or 7.
No.
Okay. In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regards to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right. And as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution or revenge for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Now, Orlando is the one who passes away relatively quickly after the shooting.
Yes, approximately a year and a half.
Right. And in terms of how he passes, he was shot and killed.
Yes, you want me to tell you what happened?
Please.
Orlando Anderson was with his best friend, Michael Duro. They were at a burger stand in Compton. And across the street from the burger stand, there was a car wash. Orlando Anderson recognized the people at the car wash. There was 3 people sitting in the car, and he recognized one of them that owed him money for some narcotics that he didn't pay him for. So Orlando Anderson took it upon himself, and he initiated the confrontation. He drove up to the car and he exited with a gun. However, one of the persons in the other car, they had a gun too, so they had a shootout at the car wash. And then when the smoke cleared, Orlando Anderson was killed during the shootout, as well as 2 other people in the other car were killed.
And in terms of the 2 other people in the other vehicle, were they both Crips?
Yes.
So it wasn't a blood on Crip sort of shootout.
No.
It was just over money and drugs.
Yes.
Now, we've had some discussion here about Darnell Brin. And you're familiar with Darnell Brin.
Yes.
And the way I'm understanding this is that within the Southside Crips, you had 2 different factions.
Correct.
You had the Glencoe faction with Darnell Brin,
Yes.
and then you had the Burr Street faction.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 different factions that we have here, the Burr Street faction was a faction that was dealing with the drugs mostly.
I'm
Is that how
sorry,
it
can
goes?
you repeat that?
In terms of the Burr Street faction, that they deal in drugs.
That was one of the things that they were involved in, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the other faction, we talked a little bit about Darnell Brin. He was a shot caller.
Correct.
And he was a violent person.
He had the potential of being a violent person, yes.
Well, you recall in your book describing him as a very violent person?
I don't recall that, but if it's in there, it's what I said.
Okay. And once again, it would have been something that if it wasn't true in your book, you would have corrected it.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't a violent person.
Yeah.
He has definitely had the potential to be a violent person.
And isn't it fair to say, though, like even in your book, that you describe him as being someone that was implicated in some attempt murders, that kind of thing as well?
Absolutely.
Darnell Brin.
Yes.
Now, Darnell Brin is shot in the back how many days after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
2.
And with regards to the shooting in the back, do you know who shot him in the back?
No.
Okay.
We were told it was Pyrus, though.
Right. And would that fall more into the idea of what you're saying about retaliation in this case?
Yes.
Now, there are other people that potentially were considered, I think including the initial investigation here, as being part of the Tupac murder. Do you recall a person by the name of Noel Spank Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And he is also a Southside Crip member. part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall a person by the name of Jerry Monk Bond?
Yes,
All right. Once again, part of the Glen Cove crew.
correct.
And then also Orlando Anderson.
Correct.
Okay. So those individuals at some point were considered to be potentially involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, correct?
Yes,
Now, in addition to that, when you had conducted the searches on Mr. Davis's home and the locations that we're at, did you ever find money?
not that I'm aware of, no.
No vast sums of money for somebody making 20% of $4 million a month?
No.
How about expensive clothes, like stuff that was worth, suits worth $6,000, anything like that?
I don't recall the clothing that was inside.
Yeah, but in terms of, just information about the individual's living conditions, for instance, did you find any expensive cars that he owned or anything like that? Besides the lowriders and stuff that people put a lot of work into?
Well, them are expensive cars to me, so
Yeah.
yes, we did.
And when you say lowriders, we're talking about, are we talking about lowriders here or BMWs?
Monte Carlos, hydraulics, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. And in terms of the Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of what they call a lowrider club in Compton.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, you're not aware of. Let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, does your going back to your book, do you have anything in here like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there is anything like that, would that help your
To be
recollection?
honest with you, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it would be a big warning. You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
And would it be? Have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Kading was?
He was a LAPD sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of Tim Brennan was part of that along with Mr. Kading.
Correct.
All right. Now, we had shared a little bit about the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I call it absorbed or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple of minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened, but I can explain it to you.
To
Well, I mean, obviously, there's a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI and he blamed our chief, right? So what he did is he put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave and he made some allegations of missing narcotics. Okay. Now, these guys were two 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor. And this really pissed the mayor off. And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now, there was a long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our two captain and chief were exonerated. There's a 60-page report on it, and it was resulted in one Hispanic narcotic officer was taken the narcotics and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted, so everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton anymore. You got reassigned to another city.
No, I stayed in the city of Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right?
Correct.
And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance, right?
Yes.
And that would also include how a person dresses. We talked a little about that. I apologize. Like, for instance, even like the way a person dresses and lives, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
No.
No, all right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of a gang?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously he's associated with the mob, with the Death Row label.
Correct.
And he was also at that particular point hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru.
Correct.
As well as other people who were Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes. His entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay. But you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member.
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg.
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre.
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Eazy?
He wasn't associated with that record label. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money, right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time. Did Mob James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for any violence because he was in jail when I was, most of the time that I was in patrol and in the gang unit. And I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he was already older. He didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, you you shared with us a little bit of how this worked. You were asleep in bed and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall if I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you received the call from Reggie Wright Sr.?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what would have been still that evening or that night,
Yes.
not the next morning or anything like that? And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, you had also mentioned that there were this retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Brim's was the first shot fired against between the Mall Pyru and the Southside Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after Darnell, who was the next person shot?
I believe it was the next day at 713 North Bradfield. I believe 2 people were shot, and that's in Pyru territory.
You know if they were Pyru?
They were.
They were. And do you know who shot them?
No.
Right. Now, with regards to the Darnell Brim, do you know who shot him?
No.
Now, in terms of the 2 Pyru that were shot the morning after Mr. Brim, do you know how the order was given out for these people to be shot?
No.
So no phone records, for instance, from Mr. Davis indicating that he wanted these people shot or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after the 2 Pyru were shot, what happened next?
I believe later on, another person was shot at Pine and Bradfield in Mount Pyru territory.
And was that person a Crip or a Blood?
The person that was shot was Pyru affiliated. Yes.
Okay, so 2 Pyrus are shot that day, and then later on that day, another Pyru affiliate was shot.
Yes.
All right, and do you know if that was an order that was given out by anybody to shoot that Pyru?
No.
Okay, and then the next Pyru or the next person shot after that was who?
I don't recall the name. I believe it was 80 something South Ward Street. And
Was
that's
that-
in Crip territory?
And so that person was a Crip?
Yes.
All right, and that shot occurred when did that shooting occur?
I don't recall.
And as far as you know, this is happening over the course of maybe there was 10 days. I think that was how it was framed. It was like it's a 10-day war in Compton.
Yes.
But fair to say it may have been a little bit longer, like maybe 13 days, right?
No.
Okay, let's say this. So if we go with 10 days in this, any proof at all that we can show this jury that Mr. Davis ordered any of the shootings to occur in this case?
No.
Now, in addition to that, the idea here behind the shootings, we go back to the Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Sure.
Is the Lakewood Mall incident, in your mind, the sort of the definitive act in which the war is now declared between the Mall Pyru and the Southside Crips?
That was the first incident that sparked this whole back and forth thing. Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it really happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your book, you identify it as happening at the Lakewood Mall,
Yes.
and it happened in a Foot Locker.
Yes.
Now, do you have any indication at all of a police report or a call for 911 to the area on a fight that occurs at the Lakewood Mall that day? No.
No.
Do you have indication at all from the security people at the mall where they would have written up a report that said, hey, we had an altercation here at the Lakewood Mall?
I don't think a report was generated by the security officers. No.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, there's been some description of that brawl being the kind of brawl that actually required Foot Locker to redo their entire inside because it just destroyed the inside. you recall anything like that?
I never heard anything like that. I just know there was a fight at the Foot Locker.
Right, you heard there was a fight, but you never made any effort, for instance, and it's not your job because it's Lakewood, right?
Correct.
But in essence, no verification that even Foot Locker was contacted to say, hey, did a fight break out over here on this particular day? Nothing like that.
Don't recall.
So in essence, what we have right now is what you had heard from people on the street as to what happened at this Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Yes.
Now, some people, I would assume, thought that the shooting of Tupac was in retaliation, or maybe the fight of Tupac and Orlando was in retaliation to what happened at Lakewood Mall. But as you're sitting here right now, you don't have any actual proof of the Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred.
No.
Okay.
Just
Now, in addition to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got all my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shot caller, right? Now, a shot caller is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
yes.
And you had said that the shot caller is somebody that if an order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you don't know, for instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of a shot call or anything like that, right?
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keith was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission. I mean,
Besides the admission, you don't have any actual like physical evidence that supports that, right?
Correct.
And then in terms of his admission, did you ever verify what he was telling people to see if what he was saying was true?
as far as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So in terms of the information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided money for the Southside Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the Southside Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here. In terms of your investigation in this case, did Keefe ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Redirect by Mr. Paul.
Yes, let's start where Mr. Sam left off. So, Mr. Samt asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder. And your response was, his admission. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides, is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute.
Yeah, that's how basically that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Samt asked you about you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay. But let's go through Mr. Samt's logic. You had said that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, if Mr. Brown, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, and Mr. Davis are in a car, who is the leader in that car?
Mr. Davis.
Who is the shot caller in that car?
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he tells him not to do it, say, let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so, was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle, could Mr. Anderson shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the death row.
Correct.
Regarding the, I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes. I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just switched police departments and they absorbed us and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the sheriff's department.
Mr. Sanf mentioned Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the mob pirates?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the mob pirates?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Sanf mentioned that Mr. Sanf asked you some questions about Southsiders. Darnell Brim was actually in conflict with this Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Giroux was a member of the Southside Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
I think he went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
Were you aware that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Okay. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the Southside Compton Crips Burris Street crew. Is that
Yes.
right? Conceal messages.
Read cross, Mr. Sand.
Thank you, Honor.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get a clean copy for you. A little bit.
Just a couple things, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us, you said that was accurate, right?
Yes. Tried to be.
I'm sorry?
I tried to be.
He's already
No,
got
and it's fine. I'm not.
He's already got
not really going to knock it. I just want to know that at some point in here, you do identify Mr. Davis as KPD, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelt his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelt his name in the book?
Sure.
Okay. Get it here. You want my approach?
You may.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
Keefe.
And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keefe.
No.
And you would have learned that that name Keefe was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did. No.
And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help. Yes.
Yeah, and what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with a gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point, it starts out with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives on in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then, you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there. That's all. I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
Yeah.
So
And
that's
of
what
course,
happened with Mr. Davis and I.
and fair to say again, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right? Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on those streets, they can look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further questions, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
We redirect, actually.
With regards to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Objection to that speculation and description.
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so I'll
Mr.
sustain.
Did Mr. Davis evince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other Southside Crips too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the Southside Compton?
Yes.
Is that it for you, Mr. Poole?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Sam?
No, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, All right, a couple questions. Got a lot of
Back.
questions. Okay. Why is Tupac not seen as a mob pyro while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is?
Well, there's nothing that documented Tupac as a pirate. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper. So he did show some allegiance to the mob Piru. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul. And I think he liked that lifestyle.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Piru or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records. He was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage. Yeah, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Piru and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
Yes, if the shot caller is not there, then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot, even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller. But if he's present, they're most likely they're going to do what Mr. Davis tells them to do. But if he's not present, then they're going to do what they did.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said, Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong, when he gets back, if he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. But when they're out in the street gangbanging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
Did the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department ask Compton PD to help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they were down here, they never asked us for help.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Palal?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
You had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work in order to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered mob partners.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does? Not specific to mob or Southside, but just in the gang culture. What type of work do you have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members?
You're gonna be out there being active, doing drive-by shootings, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's gonna get you some respect within the gang. They're gonna be out there doing it.
So you mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
fair? In fact, that's how you mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is by being part of a group that John Edge was in.
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's too of a lawyerly word to say, selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
As long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics. They, of course, they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sales of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics. The money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the mob pyro, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the mob pyro?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. Was in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting his outside contracts?
Absolutely.
So that's the witness.
Okay. Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Sand?
TPD has one.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. You are excused.
Terry said no. Man, that was a great witness.
Last witness for the day.
I want to be able to
Ladies
discuss
and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject related to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise to the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing can be said.
One thing, Mr. Santa asked if we could get the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy for Mr. Sam to put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea.
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line, so that would be WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
All right. Well, this was great. There's a lot to get through. This was one of my favorite days. Yeah, so we talked about the search warrants on on direct examination, and like I was saying during that break, is that I hope that they bring this up on cross-examination, the defense attorney, and boy did he. So let's talk about the cross-examination. Now, this attorney Stamp, he's good. He's good. And I liked how he started off with bringing up that Officer Ladd wrote a book. I was unaware. It's called Once Upon a Time in Compton. And I started to see where he was going with this immediately, because I'll break it down for you. Keefe D wrote a book. The reason we're here is because Keefe D incriminated himself in his book. And Keefe D is arguing that his book is fiction or exaggerated, that the stories in his book are not true. So the defense attorney started getting into right away the fact that this officer didn't write the book himself. He had an author, Lolita is her name, and he mentioned, let me just stop there. Yeah. Anyway, So he mentioned that she broke the book, and then he went on to talk about what was in the book, and the search warrant was in the book, and that he said that, oh yeah, everything was verified, or something, or if it was in the book, it was to be verified. If he found out that something wasn't true, he would remove it, something to that effect. He even had a photo of the MGM Grand ticket from Suge Knight's house that was in the book. Now, didn't have the hotel receipt. He was asked about this hotel receipt that allegedly was in Keefe D's house, because I believe that in the book they had the photo of the receipt of items obtained from Keefe D's home that said hotel receipt, but there's no hotel receipt. And so Attorney Stamp, the defense attorney, asked him, where's the hotel receipt? Do you know where the hotel receipt is? He said no, he does not. So, okay, right there, that pretty much invalidates it, because what good is them saying there's a hotel receipt if there's no hotel receipt? And also, here's what I would ask. It doesn't say when or where this hotel receipt, what it refers to. Is it even from Las Vegas? This could be a hotel receipt from Hawaii or something. Like, I don't know. And what date? Is it even relevant? Then it said, this is something I just realized. There's another one in the next search warrant, and it says money bill due Monte Carlo. Now, this was assumed to be a hotel receipt from the hotel Monte Carlo, which isn't there anymore. I believe now it's the, what is it? The Park MGM. But back in 1997, that was the Hotel Monte Carlo. Again, there's no receipt for that. However, a Monte Carlo is also a car. It's a kind of car. Keefe D has a business where he works on cars or customizes them, lowers them. How do we know this isn't in regards to a car? And in fact, it might be in regards to a car, because the way it's written is interesting. Money bill due Monte Carlo. It doesn't say hotel receipt like it said in the previous one. This says money bill due. I don't know, but I thought that was interesting. Something else that really stuck out that the defense attorney got to. Now, this Officer Ladd, who worked for the Compton Police Department in 1996, he said that on the night Tupac was killed, late at night, he received a call from Reggie Wright Sr. Reggie Wright Sr. is his immediate boss at the Compton Police Department, who was a lieutenant there. Now about Tupac's shooting, and allegedly told him to be ready. The fact that he received a call from Reggie Wright Sr. is strange, because how did Reggie Wright Sr. know about the shooting that fast? I mean, yeah, it could have been on the news, it could have been whatever, but to the point where he felt he needed to call this guy and reach out. But I'll tell you, dig deeper. Reggie Wright Jr. was the head of death row security in Las Vegas. So clearly, it looks like he reached out to his dad and told him what was going on. But the part that's interesting that the defense raised this is because why would Reggie Wright Sr. call this Officer Ladd, who works under him in Compton PD? What was the point? Apparently telling him to be ready. Now, that means that Reggie Wright Sr. was under the impression it was Southside Crips who did this, allegedly. So that's why he was, and that's what Officer Ladd was getting at. So apparently Reggie Wright Sr. somehow knew that Compton Crips were involved. How would he have known that? Did he get that information from his son, Reggie Wright Jr.? Because Reggie Wright Jr. testified and said he didn't know who the shooters were. He didn't know anything about that. He certainly didn't say Keefe D's name. So that's what he said on the stand. Is this to imply that he actually did know and told his dad who they were? Or, now this is what's interesting. I don't know if the defense attorney did this on purpose or not, But this is why I think this is brilliant, and this is what I would do: is I would bring this up for that reason, but for another reason also. The widely prevailing conspiracy theory that Reggie Wright Jr. was responsible or somehow involved in Tupac's killing. Now, I'm not saying that that's true or not, but you know what that does? That's reasonable doubt, because a lot of people believe that. A lot of people, and just by bringing that up, that's a widely believed theory, and then hearing it here in court, that could create reasonable doubt, because that's really strange. That's really strange that Reggie Wright Sr. would call, because remember, the murder happened in Las Vegas, and we're talking about back in Compton, California. They're up in arms, like, oh, hey, you know, the lieutenant is calling his captain, whoever this is, underneath him, but Robert Ladd, telling him to be ready for this. So one of two things is true, or something entirely different, but either he had reason to believe it was the Southside Crips, meaning somebody told him that, likely his son who was there, Reggie Wright Jr., or the conspiracy theory that Reggie Wright Jr. had something to do with it, and his father knew about that. Either way, it's fascinating, and I don't know, but I would definitely bring that up if I was the defense attorney. What else? Oh, yeah. And so then, following the shooting, there was allegedly a 10-day war in Compton between the Mob Piru Bloods and the Southside Compton Crips. But this officer acknowledged there's no proof that Keefe D was involved. And this was really good too. So the defense attorney got into, in the book, that Officer Ladd details the Lakewood Mall fight, Foot Locker. However, he points out that Officer Ladd never verified the information. He just put what he heard in the book. Officer Ladd didn't understand where he was going with this, but I could tell you. Because also he asked him, and he said, so as you sit here, you never verified the information. And Officer Ladd said, yes, that's correct. He said, so basically, there's no proof that this Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred. No, other than what he was told. Where the defense attorney was going with this, same thing with Keefe D's book. It's what Keefe D said, but nobody independently verified this. So I thought this was brilliant, because this has been the strategy all along, and this was as close to the defense attorney has come as spelling it out, like through this witness. This was a very good analogy he was using. I know the state was not happy when this was going on, because this was good trial advocacy by the defense attorney. Then, now I understand. They kept referring to Keefe D as a shot caller. And the fact that the state was using this term, and they kept repeating it, like, it almost made me laugh. All right, I don't know if they're trying to be cool or down or what. I don't know why they keep saying this, but now I understand. So by calling Keefe D a shot caller, they're saying that Officer Ladd was saying that basically Keefe D was the one giving the orders, and that he was the one who would approve of somebody to get shot or not. But then he said this: Keefe D never ordered a hit that he knows of during this time. So they asked Officer Ladd, did Keefe D ever order a hit? He said, no, not that he knows of. But what they didn't say, this is what will be in the closing argument, is okay, well, therefore his book is wrong. You've labeled Keefe D as a shot caller. However, you just admitted you have no evidence. There's nothing you know of. You can't name one time that Keefe D called a shot. Yet, in your book that you claim is factual, you called him a shot caller. So that right there shows that it's either fiction or it's exaggerated. But basically, not everything is fact-checked and verified in a book. So I thought that was great. I don't know. I hope the jury picked up on that. I don't know if they did, but it will be interesting in the closing argument. But wait, what do I mean? I hope the jury picked up on this. I don't have a side in this. I hate that because I'm a defense attorney, I guess I relate to the defense. Like I like, the challenge, but at the same time, I like I just like the trial advocacy and the competition in the courtroom because if if Keefe, I don't know Keefe, I don't know anything about him other than what I've heard and read, and I mean, it doesn't sound that great. So if he is responsible for this, I absolutely want him to be convicted and and pay the penalty for this. If he is not, then I do want justice. I want the appropriate person found. However, the state needs to meet its burden. They have to prove its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm sorry, I have doubts going into this because it's taken 30 years, 30 years. And after 30 years, the best evidence, not even the best evidence, I'm sorry, I can't even say that anymore. So far, the only evidence, that's why it's the best evidence. The only evidence is Keefe D's own statements against himself that were not even independently verified. That's the problem. You can't just go and take his word for it and not even fact check it or not find anything that independently ties him to this or verifies it. You have to be able to put him in Las Vegas. People admit to crimes. It happens far more than you realize. People admit to crimes and they're lying. They're lying about it. It's not true. Yeah, it sounds like a wild thing to do. I don't know why people do that, but that it does happen. So in order to get a conviction, you need proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You need to independently verify his story because right now it's easy for Keefe D to just say he made all this up. And that's where they're going with this. This is fiction because he did have a motive to lie every time. The first time, with the alleged proffer agreement, he was lying in order to avoid a drug charge that, he was threatened with this could ruin him and his family, put them all in jail, put him in jail for life. So, but if you have any information you could give us, it might help. Of course, Keefe D's gonna come up with something. Most people would. They'll make it up, see if the police buy it. And the fact that his nephew Orlando Anderson was already deceased at the time, so it's not like he would get his nephew in trouble. That's a big part. I don't know if they're paying attention to, but he didn't say this while Orlando Anderson was alive. He said this after he was deceased. And I don't know if the other members in the car were deceased at the time or not, but they are now. So basically, there's nobody who could contradict what Keefe D said. Keefe D could tell the story as he wanted. And so that's what he did. And then repeated it in order to make money, to sell a book, to be booked on podcasts, you name it. Yeah. Oh, so then on redirect, the state said, okay, let's go back to where you called him a shot caller. So what you're saying is that because Keefe D was the OG in the car, the shot caller, that nobody could have shot Tupac without Keefe D's approval. And this guy said, yeah, without Keefe D's permission. Like he had to say shoot, or if he said don't do it, it wouldn't have happened. Okay, that's fine and well. However, you still have not established that Keefe D was in the car. You haven't even established that Keefe D was in Las Vegas. That's a problem, other than Keefe D's story. So that's what this comes down to. All of the rest of this is fine and well, but the state needs to come up with something. If they add those receipts, that's the thing. Even one of those receipts, if they had one of those receipts that shows Keefe D was in Las Vegas, if the Monte Carlo was actually the Monte Carlo Hotel and there was a receipt, there we go. That helps. That helps verify this, but it's not what we have. And then apparently even misspelled Keefe D's name in the book, which shows that he didn't really verify the information, didn't work very hard to verify the information in this book at all, if that's what we're coming up with. Yeah. What do we got here? Let me get to these comments. Sorry, here we go. Yeah, KVD Slayer did a good job. Yep, right here. I agree with you. I agree with you. Yeah, KVD's lawyer did a good job getting that cop to admit there was no evidence he was in Vegas. Yeah, this is what I've been talking about. So that's why this was not a good day for the prosecution, especially this last witness. This was not a good day. This was a good day for the defense, but not the prosecution. Yeah, you agree right here. It was a disaster for the prosecution today. Took the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, it really was. What else do we have? Oh, thank you. Great point about the Monte Carlo. Thank you. I just came up with that while I was listening to this, and that's a weird way to describe, a hotel bill. And let's not forget, that's what the police were looking for in this search. They were looking for a hotel receipt. So if they saw something that said money bill due Monte Carlo, Monte Carlo hotel. That's like, okay, the wild hypothetical. Let's say KVD was into medieval stories and myths. Let's say he ordered a replica of the famed Excalibur sword, right? And he had a money bill due for Excalibur. Oh, this is the hotel in Las Vegas, or could be a sword that he had and ordered and framed or something like that. But if the police are looking for that, that's what they're going to assume everything is. But either way, I'll tell you what will clear that up real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the money bill due Monte Carlo? Is it on stationery from the Monte Carlo hotel? Is it from a car shop? What is it? Is it written in KPD's own handwriting? What is the money bill due for Monte Carlo? What is that? And we don't know because they can't provide it. So makes me wonder, did that even exist? I don't know. Yes, Angelica, that is really sus. He knew about the shooting too fast. Knew about it way too fast because this happened late at night. I don't know what time it hit the news, but it seems like somebody. I don't know if he mentioned this. I didn't hear it, but it seems like somebody called him, told him if Reggie Wright Sr. is still alive, it would be interesting to see him on the stand. I'd be interested to hear how he knew about it and who told him. Yeah. I'm not sure what that one is. Yes. How much? How much do I charge? Depends on the case. What kind of a case do you have? Is it a murder case? Yes, I agree with you. This is what happens when your case is based on YouTube detectives, because that's what I feel like this is it's based off KVD's story. And maybe that's my problem with this. Like, I'm trying not to side with the defense. I am being objective, but I think what worries me is it's starting to look like the prosecution. I don't know if they did their homework. Like, are you telling me that you base your entire case off of KVD's admissions in the book? But you know what? That may work. If I'm being honest, that may work. However, I would think that you would go and get something to independently verify this. Now, that being said, they might have tried. They might. I hope they did. I assume they did. I assume they tried, and either they just couldn't find anything to do it, and they're like, you know what? These admissions are strong. Let's try it. Worst that can happen is doesn't work. But I also would think, if he's telling the truth, you should be able to find something. Maybe they have something. I'm hoping they do, and I'm just not aware of it. So maybe they do. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, Reggie Wright. They're trying to say he's not a dealer. However, he was caught with marijuana and was caught money laundering. So it's fair to say he was doing this without getting caught until 2017. Yeah, yeah, Reggie Wright. Yeah, interesting. Another one. He was caught with way more than just marijuana and money laundering. I'm talking way more. Yeah, I'm interested in that. Um, this has been true. There's been a whole lot of corruption and covering up, and crooked police officers. That's been the allegation since the beginning. I think that's part of why this is difficult. Is we don't know what part of it, because I mean, even if you assume, if you take Keefe D's story to be true, that he was responsible, or him and, well, Orlando Anderson pulled the trigger, they were responsible for it. It still seems like the police may have been involved or affiliated with something, or there's some things they're trying to cover up. Maybe not with the murder, but maybe they didn't want other things that they shouldn't have been doing to come to light. It could be that, or things that didn't look so good. I don't know, but it doesn't look like the police actually, committed the murder. Not that I know of, I haven't seen any evidence of that, but it seems like, yeah, they're trying to hide something. Um, yeah, what was this one? Yeah, Keefe D's first statement where he singles out Reggie and death row. That's right. That's right. And so that's part of the reason why I think they're bringing this up, and that creates reasonable doubt, whether that's true or not. Something else they can throw out there to confuse the jury. Wait, what? I shouldn't even put this up here. Wasn't Dr. Dre in the back seat? It was the first one who told. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. The guy's name was Dre. It was not Dr. Dre. It was Big Dre. Somebody they said his name. I'm sorry. I was laughing. Sorry, that made me laugh. I had to put this up here. Wasn't Dr. Dre in the back seat? Yeah, I think Ice Cube. I think all of NWA was back there too. No, no, it wasn't Dr. Dre, not the artist Dr. Dre. Um, Somebody, if you have it in the comments, please put the guy's name in. His name was Andre something. They called him Big Dre. Um, let's see. Me, I look and sound like the rapper, the DOC. Do I really? Somebody pull up a current picture of him. Send it to me. Do I? Well, I mean, hopefully that's a compliment. Hopefully. Um, yes, I agree with this. It would be great to have Reggie Sr. on the stand to testify and cross examine and see if his testimony conflicts with his son's. Yeah, that would be interesting. If he's still alive, I would very much like to hear what he would say. I bet he knows a whole lot. Because sounds like what I was hearing is that the Compton Police Department, the word on the street is, it was shut down over corruption. This gentleman was on the stand, Officer Ladd. He didn't like the sound of that. Sounds like he's still very loyal to Reggie Wright Sr. And so he tried to, I don't even know what he tried to say. He tried to dance around it and say it was absorbed for other reasons, optics, the something to do with the mayor. I don't know. They blamed it on or the police chief and somebody else. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. If you're just joining us, this is what I said earlier. Yeah, Reggie Wright Sr. was told by Reggie Wright. So allegedly, he was told by Reggie Wright Jr. Did you hear this from somewhere, or you're assuming this? Because I agree. He knew right away, and that's the debate we're having: is how did he know? Who told him? The assumption is it was his son, Reggie Wright Jr. But Trevor D'Souza, do you know this? Did you hear this somewhere? If you did, please answer in the comments. I'm just trying to find that out if that's factual. Yeah. Yes. That's true. I think it's distasteful to do interviews saying you know who took Tupac's life and was there just for money. I think it is too. And you know what the really sad part is? He was making money from it. So even it is very distasteful, but people were buying it and booking him to hear about it. But I agree with you. Yeah. Wait, what does this say now? Look at the door of the BMW Suge was driving that night. Expert marksman at least. All shots grouped. No banger shots like that. That's interesting. That's interesting. So it looks like it was an expert marksman. Um, although, just to push back, this was at very close range and they were not moving. So like the cars, they literally pulled up next door. They were sitting ducks, for lack of a better term, and then just extended out. Like, yeah, they're grouped together, but I mean, I don't know if you have to be an expert. Maybe just somebody who was reasonably familiar. I don't know, and I don't know. Do we have any knowledge of Orlando Anderson's proficiency with firearms? I'm unaware. You might be right though. You might be right, but I'm just saying, from that close of range, I don't know if you have to be absolutely an expert. Um, that would be interesting if they brought Snoop to trial. If he took the stand. I'm curious. As far as I know, he wasn't even there that night in Las Vegas, so I'm not sure what he would say. However, he was a Crip, though. Angelica. Oh, good. Angelica, he's alive. Thank God. Good. Now, let's send him a summons. All right, Reggie Wright Sr. We got some questions for you. We need some answers. Go to court. Hey, if they don't call him in court, maybe I can get him. Maybe I can get him to talk on my channel. That would be dope. It wouldn't be under oath, but I don't care. I don't care. Clearly, these guys don't mind talking on YouTube and telling their stories. Clearly, they don't mind that. What is this verified? Suge Knight has a tape of Snoop. It's a rap. They play that tape. What's the tape? Tell us what's on the tape. I'm unfamiliar with this. Let's see. I'll tell you what happened. Reggie Wright was telling Keefe D how he can make money. Greg and Reggie working together. Once Keefe confessed about the shooting, Reggie was off the hook. Actually, that would fit. That would fit. Maybe that's what the defense is going to bring up. I mean, that would fit. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh, so this is what people think. So, and this is this same person. That's why Reggie said on the stand he wanted to keep Keefe talking. That does make sense, actually. If Reggie was involved, see, that's the thing, is these theories, there's so much that make them sound plausible. Yeah. Oh, I remember hearing about this. Deceased guard Michael Moore heard "Got him" over Reggie Jr.'s walkie-talkie after the shots. Wow, I forgot about that. I had heard that. And is that a coincidence that the guard Michael Moore is deceased? How did he die after that? Was he killed? What do we know how he died? But yeah, I remember hearing this somewhere, that he allegedly heard "Got him" over Reggie Jr.'s walkie-talkie. Wow. That makes you think, makes you wonder if Reggie had a part in it. But why? Okay. All right. Let's do this. Let me get my tinfoil conspiracy theory hat on. What? Answer me, please. Let me know. 'Cause I'm interested in this. But what would Reggie Jr.'s motivation be to kill Tupac? Why? Why would that benefit him? I'm gonna stop you before people say he killed Tupac, so then Suge would violate his probation. How? How? Or was Suge the unintended target also? Were the intended targets both Tupac and Suge? Now that's more reasonable. If they're trying to kill both of them, although still, how would that benefit Reggie Jr.? That doesn't mean the company goes to him. There was nothing like that because even when Suge went to jail for violating or went to prison for violating his probation, Reggie didn't get the company. He was acting on Suge's behalf, but it's not like it just passed to him. So I'm curious about this. Like, what would be Reggie Jr.'s motivation? I I don't know. So please tell me. Maybe you guys know. Maybe there is something that makes a lot of sense, but I'm just off the top of my head and what I know about this, I don't immediately see what he would gain. Um, yeah, isn't Keefe's Crip status now in question too? Apparently, he was more of a hang around than anything. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder about that because, well, we wonder what's true because before it sounded like Keefe D was, had high rank in the Crips. But then now it seems like maybe it's mutual, but either he's distanced himself from the Crips or they've distanced themselves from him or both. I don't know if that's due to the trial or due to him making the alleged statements or not alleged statements, the statements, but alleged to be true or not. But he made the statements. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of witnesses are refusing to testify when they're subpoenaed. Is that legal? Happened in the Diddy trial and this Keefe D. Not necessarily. I mean, you can be compelled to testify, however, or you can be compelled to come take a stand. But if somebody is really not going to talk and is going to be problematic and adverse, you can't really force somebody to say something if they don't want to say it. You could try, but that doesn't always work out well. So sometimes it might be, up to the attorneys to not even try and bother with it. Um, yeah, let's see what else. Yeah, I heard this. We discussed this. I think was it yesterday or it was Friday, but yeah, Snoop spoke about this. This was even in one of the movies they depicted this, but apparently Snoop and Tupac had a falling out because Snoop went on was it Hot 97, one of the shows in New York, and he said that he doesn't really have a problem with East Coast rappers, and he would even be open to working with them or something to that effect. And obviously, Tupac took umbrage with that, felt a way about that, as you can imagine at that time, because I feel like he felt like even if he felt that way, you don't need to go on the radio and say that. However, for Snoop, I think things were getting dangerous, and he wanted to, just let it be known he didn't really want to be in the middle of this. But yeah, that's interesting too. Wait, so okay, so what is this? Suge Knight has a tape of Snoop. That's all he said, and it is over. He said Snoop was involved and Reggie. Snoop and Reggie. Again, I don't know about this. What's the motivation? I don't understand how this would benefit them. I don't know. Uh, yeah, maybe Angelica, maybe. I don't know how it would. Clearly, there's something behind here that we don't know. There's a lot more to it, but you would have to. Well, first thing I would say is follow the money. Um, but how would the rights benefit Reggie Senior or Junior? How would they benefit? And yeah, maybe, and yeah, Angelica, people think the target was Suge. Maybe he was. I don't know. Um, yeah, I've heard this too. Tupac was preparing to exit the label to form Machiavelli Music while pushing for a comprehensive audit of Death Row's accounting, a move that threatened to expose millions of uncollected royalties. Okay, so right, I've heard this too. But if this were the case, you would think this would make Suge behind it, which that used to be that was the prevailing theory for a while. But people have since kind of gone away from that. But also, how wise is that if Suge to have Tupac in the car be sitting next to the intended target? Clearly not that wise because Suge was shot in the head. I don't know if people realize that. Like a bullet grazed him in the head. He almost died himself. Think about that. He actually got shot in the head. However, play devil's advocate, that's exactly what you would do if you set this up, because then he's sitting right there, and why would anybody be sitting next to a person that they intended to have shot to death? So I don't know. But as I understood it, though, I don't know. This is all speculation, but even Tupac's new label or Machiavelli Music, I thought that was going to be affiliated with Death Row, like distributed by them, or like how Lil Wayne's Young Money is up underneath Cash Money still, or something like that. I don't know. So could be right. I mean, this could be, all of this is speculation, and we're just discussing this, trying to figure this out. But what makes the most sense? What's this that you're saying? Off the book security payouts to right way protective services, neutralizing Tupac permanently silenced that audit. That's true. While Las Vegas shooting conveniently set up Suge to be sent away. Right. Okay, but how did it set Suge up? Not the shooting. It wasn't the shooting. It was the fight at the MGM. Now, I mean, that would be a major conspiracy. I thought about that though too, because they could have set that up, where Orlando Anderson. Because think about it, it's strange. They all go to the fight. They're separated. Everybody else is at the restaurant, the MGM restaurant. But Orlando Anderson is by himself, hanging out, wearing a jersey, a Dan Marino jersey. Like he's just out there, visible, easy to find. And I mean, you could go back and say that maybe that's what happened with the Lakewood Mall incident, is that they planned this all the way back then, where they purposely had Orlando Anderson snatch a chain, so then that way he would be identified, and then just made himself, easy to see at the MGM, but he wouldn't know Tupac was going to jump him, except if Death Row is behind this. All right, let's play this out. Let's say this is all hypothetical, allegedly. If Reggie Wright Jr. was behind this, I don't know what the motive would be, or him or somebody at Death Row. They pay Orlando Anderson and say, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do. Go snatch this guy's chain, so he recognizes you." Because again, I think he probably knew the guy he snatched the chain from, because Compton is small, and these two factions are near each other. The Mob Piru Bloods and Southside Compton Crips. They're near each other, so they seems like everybody knows everybody. Anyway, then the night of the MGM fight, Reggie Wright, who was not at the MGM Grand, interestingly enough, he was not there. He purposely was waiting at Club 662 where he was safe. But you have Orlando just wandering out there after the fight. Then somebody from Death Row runs up to Tupac and says, "Hey, that's the guy who snatched my chain." Now, Reggie or whoever from Death Row could have told that guy, "Hey, that guy could have been in on it," or not even, or was just a patsy. go tell Tupac that's the guy. Or somebody else could have told him, hey, you see that car over there? Isn't that the guy who snatched your chain? Go tell Pac. And then Buddy runs up and tells Pac, hey, that guy who snatched my chain is over there. Because you know what's going to happen. So then Tupac is a hothead, runs over there. And or maybe they didn't know Tupac was going to do that. Maybe he wasn't even the intended target here. But anyway, Tupac goes and gets involved. And then Suge comes over and gets involved. Now, that's the thing. You couldn't know that Suge actually was going to throw some kicks or get involved in this. However, you could set it up so it could likely happen. And the other thing is, again, Orlando just happened to be wandering around where all the cameras are. So this was in full view of security cameras, which if they were setting this up, could work. All right, so then Suge kicks him, does whatever he does. That eventually will come back. However, if that was the end of it, Tupac didn't die that night, I don't see why anybody would go and review that tape to even find that Suge kicked him and violate his probation. That's the thing is, in hindsight, yeah, you can make these conspiracy theories make sense, but if Tupac hadn't died, I'm not sure that would have even worked. Okay, but anyway, let's continue. You play it forward. So then Reggie already is at 662. He knows where they're going to be, and he knows when Tupac and Suge are on their way. So he could easily then communicate with Orlando, who he hired, or if he hired other hitmen, whoever it is, he could easily communicate with them and say, all right, they're on their way to 662. And, this is the car they're in. Pull up and get them. Because then also, conveniently, Reggie said that he wouldn't allow his guys to carry guns that night, which they said was strange and out of the ordinary. So then this way, he even made sure that they weren't armed. There would be no retaliation. So then when the car pulls up to shoot, they just unload the clip. Maybe they were trying to kill both of them. Who knows? Anyway, it's interesting. Could be. I don't know what the motivation would be, but okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Tupac gone and Suge incarcerated, right? Affiliated insiders were positioned to be the operational power vacuum, maintaining death row's control or death row's secretive master tape security. Yeah, maybe. I feel like Snoop does own Death Row now. He runs it. I'm pretty sure he owns it or something. I think he bought it. Would I have Gene Deal on my channel? Yeah. Do you know him? Reach out to him. Absolutely. I'd have Gene Deal on here. I'd have anybody from this case on the channel because I'm so interested in this case. I'd love to talk to him. Maybe we should do that. Reggie should have nothing to lie about. That's true. We have to start that. That is true. That is true. He shouldn't have anything to lie about. He claims not knowing about the letter Yasmin Fula sent firing his company as Tupac's personal security detail. I'm not familiar with that. I need to look into that. The dog pound didn't go to Las Vegas that day because Snoop Dogg told them not to. So everything was orchestrated. Snoop Dogg knew something. Now, that could be. And Snoop was a Crip. That could be. Well, also could be him and Pac just had a major falling out. So he may just not have felt comfortable, not wanted to go. I don't know. Let's see. Suge don't know who did it because everyone he thought was cool turned on him. Suge said Reggie did it, but they're friends today. Keefe D will go home, hung jury, water's too muddy. Yeah, you might be right. Whoa, what's this? Pyru Death Row member K-Dub is on YouTube confirming that the chain was never taken at the fight at Lakewood Mall. I wondered about that. So that could potentially be made up. That's the other. Oh man, if that never happened, what does that mean? If we go into the conspiracy theory, I mean, Reggie could have had, if it was Reggie, I don't know, somebody, whoever's behind it, for the sake of this hypothetical, this conspiracy theory, if it was Reggie, he could have had somebody from death row just run up to Pac and say, "Hey, that guy took my chain. That guy took my chain at the mall or whatever." And all right, that's all they needed to hear. So it might not have even happened. Yeah, that could be. Let's see. Suge and Pac got stopped by the police for loud music minutes before the shooting. Okay. Wasn't aware of that, but even still, what does that do? Where are you going with this? Wait, hold on, wait. Reggie got the bodyguard Frank Alexander to lie that Orlando snatched Pac's chain originally. Lakewood was a. Wait, Frank Alexander to lie that Orlando snatched Pac's chain. I kind of feel like I heard that Reggie had told Frank Alexander. I need to go back and look up his interviews. Originally, that it was Pac's chain, because that would have explained Pac getting in the fight. But why is Reggie telling them to lie? Yeah, I did hear that. Didn't they say Reggie told them to lie? Why would Reggie tell them to lie? Conveniently, Suge didn't have license plates on the car. Yeah, definitely would have stuck out like a sore thumb. Did Suge know he didn't have license plates on the car? I mean, that seems like a move like, I don't know. Somebody was setting somebody up. You go and take the plates off, because who's going to go out and check their license plates and make sure they have them on? And then you tell, hey, it's the car with no plates. Oh, okay. The cops were potentially confirming their location on the strip when they're stopped for loud. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. Thank you for that. That makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. Oh, the car was new. Okay. Yeah. Definitely makes it easier for them to stick out. Oh, he said he told them to lie because Pac would be going back to jail for violence. That's true. You know what? I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I didn't think about that. But Pac and Suge were on probation. Boy, neither one of them should have been in fight. Man, Pac, what were you doing? What were you doing getting in that fight? Although, nah, for Pac, like, come on, man, like that could. And at the MGM, I was gonna say, like, if he hadn't been killed, like, people probably wouldn't have seen that tape. Probably not, but I mean, if it was today, nowadays, oh, forget it, it's over with. You know, that would have been on TMZ so fast. They're lucky TMZ didn't exist back then. But that would have been on TMZ so fast. Man, Pac, that, you know, you just got out, and you were in there for a long time. It was death row that finally had to bail you out. I don't know why you did that, man. That was, golly. Does somebody want to tell the real Don? Is somebody gonna tell him? I can't with this. Anyway. So wait, so was Suge pulled over for the no plates or loud music? However, either way, definitely that I'm certain that if it was pulled over for the loud music, they brought up the fact that he didn't have plates on the car. That's definitely for sure. That's definitely for sure. Wait. What? Tupac was aware something was off. Listen to the recording with Michael Moore and Frank Alexander. you can see body doubles at least 3 or 4. Wait, body doubles? Body doubles of who? Hey man, I'm curious about this. I am a man of all trades, but I was a lawyer before WWE. Well before WWE. I'm not a lawyer. I just decided, hey, I'll become a lawyer now. No, I was a lawyer. I was a lawyer long before that. It wasn't a gimmick. It was real. That's why my character was a lawyer. I really am a lawyer. Clearly, had that fight not happened, this case would be even more confusing than it already is. Yeah. That's true, actually. Imagine if the fight at the MGM didn't happen. And, the only news you got is just that Tupac was shot on the Vegas Strip. You'd have no idea why. No idea why. Which actually, Angelica, this is interesting. That's a good point to bring up, because think about that. If you're Reggie Wright Jr., assuming in this conspiracy, I'm trying to help him out now, benefit of the doubt. If he was planning this, why would you plan the fight though at the MGM? Like, it would be much easier for there to be, if you were trying to hit somebody, don't even have that involved at all, because people could just come by and shoot Tupac and go. The only reason that they're assuming that it's the Southside Crips is because of the fight at the MGM Grand. Unless you stage that. Well, now that would make sense. You stage that, so that's who the police look at, and they don't really investigate any further, while the real killers get away. All right, now I'm just spitballing here, and I just freestyled and came up with an even better theory. If Reggie Wright set it up, that's why you have the fight at the MGM, is because it looks like those are the killers, but really you had somebody else do it and drive away. Which, if I'm being honest, and I go back to when I first heard about this, I thought that was a little wild, that allegedly the guy that Tupac got in a fight with at the MGM Grand, that's who killed him later, happened to drive by, see him, and shoot him. It could happen. It just sounded too coincidental to me. It did. And like, even QVD's story, or no, I guess they did know he was going to Club 662. So I guess it's not that difficult, but it did just seem a little too convenient for me. It really did. Man, good point. Tupac was already dead when Reggie told Frank to lie. So violating his appeal, or bond or probation, whichever it was, wouldn't have mattered. That's a great point. Thank you for mentioning that. Yeah. It wouldn't have mattered. He was already dead. So why would he tell him that it was Pac's shit? That doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense. And you're right. And the thing of it is, whoever said that it was to protect Tupac from violating his probation, wait, hold on a second. Tupac was already shot. Was he dead at the time, or was he still in the hospital? Because that's the other thing, is Tupac lived for another, I think it was 6 days, like in the hospital, like before he died. So did they tell Reggie and Frank to lie then? Or did Reggie tell Frank to lie then? Because assuming Tupac was going to get out of the hospital, it wouldn't violate his probation. I don't know. We need to fact check that. When did Frank say that Reggie told him that? Have you seen the uncensored autopsy photos? I'm not sure. I saw one. I think, did they show one in court already today, or during this trial? I saw one. It was upper torso and the big Y cut. I haven't seen the other ones. But why do you ask? What is it they reveal that I'm not aware of? Yeah, I heard about this, that Tupac didn't want to go. I didn't hear about that he was a dead man walking. And also got a letter from a lady that he was in danger and death row. I never knew if that was true or if they put that in for dramatic effect in the movie or whatnot. Why was Tupac in fear? Why do you feel like he was a dead man walking? Because think about it, like if we take Keefe D's story, the people who actually allegedly, if Keefe D's story is true and they killed Tupac, he wasn't in danger before he got to Vegas. He was only in danger after the altercation, after jumping Orlando Anderson. But so Tupac would have had no reason to fear going there. So this, what you're saying, if that's true, what he told Michael Moore, then that means this had nothing to do with the Southside Crips at all. And this points to other shooters or people who, somebody else behind this that he was afraid of. Let's see what else. Reggie and David Kenner had to throw everyone off the trail. Pac's audit was going to ruin death row. Actually, okay. Now I see how this could impact Reggie. If he was getting, or him and his dad, if they were getting payments off the books, that could be why they would want him silenced. That okay, all right. You guys are helping craft this conspiracy theory or to build a motive where if Tupac was auditing death row and it would then come to light that this money was being paid to Reggie or Reggie and his dad, okay, that makes sense. And that would be the reason for them to take out Tupac. David Otunga, it's been a pleasure sitting through the live with you, listening to your opinions, theories, etc. Gave you a follow. I appreciate that. Will you been on live every day of the trial? I'll try. This is a lot, and this goes on a long time. I got other stuff I got to do, but I will do my best. I'm enjoying this. I'm having the most fun sitting here chatting with you guys, going through these theories because I'm a huge fan, and like I've been researching this forever, and I love the conspiracy theories and coming up with them and entertaining them, seeing what makes sense and what doesn't. That being said, I will do my best. I will try to do something every day. So set your notifications. Try to check. I will try to cover as much of it as I can. My son's getting ready to start school, his senior year, so some dad duties in the middle of the day too, and other stuff I gotta do. But that being said, I will do my best. I'll try to be on tomorrow as well. I think they start at 1 p.m. Hopefully, I'll be on around then. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see what this is. Without the fight with Southside, the authorities would naturally assume that this was an internal conflict. Correct. Much like if I'm deleted, the first suspect is usually my better half. That's true. Man, you guys are, I don't know, you're making this Reggie Wright theory sound more plausible because it could easily have been staged. Like without that Southside fight, there would be no reason to even assume Southside Crips had anything to do with this and go in that direction. Which, on the one hand, according to Keefe D, well, that fight is the reason that Tupac was shot, so that makes sense. However, it seems very straightforward, almost too straightforward. And usually when things are that straightforward, they're not. They're really not. It could be part of a plan where that was, even if it was, I'm not going to say it was staged, but encouraged or set up where like pay Orlando some money or have him be somewhere and then, I don't know, set it up so an altercation jumps off. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Yeah. We've been discussing this, but I don't think Wright would inherit death row. That's the part. Like I hear everything else you're saying, But the part that we're stuck on, how would he inherit death row? You'd have to show me that. Like, there's no clear chain. Reggie was just the head of security on books, at least on paper. He was clearly, I don't know, I can't say clearly. There's allegations he was being paid under the table and stuff. However, it has to be on the books that death row would pass to him, and I don't see how that would happen. I don't see that. I could be wrong. So if you have some information, you found some information, please share it. Yeah, it's no way Keefe D would have known where that BMW was on a fight night in Vegas back in the 90s. It's no way. Yeah, I felt that way too. That all I don't know. I'm conflicted. I say that, but then if you know where they're going, it's a Club 662. Vegas isn't all that big. Like, how far from the club were they? But either way, like, if you know where they're coming from, you could figure out the route that they're most likely going to take. And actually, now I'm going back thinking about this. I think they took a different way to the club. I think that's what Frank Alexander said. They didn't go the way they normally did. Now, what does that tell you? That also sounds like a setup. Why did they go a different way? Which tells you that, yeah, it would be one thing if KVD and them found him because they went the usual way to the club. But if they went a different way, that actually kind of suggests whoever the shooters were tipped off where they were going to be. But why did Suge go that way? Did they make him go that way? Like, I'm curious about that. Let's see this. Most of the people pushing the Orlando Anderson narrative just happen to be the gang cops. Why? Because it ties the story together. That's true. That's true. And also, it steers people away from any police involvement. Wait, what? The first one where they held the finger up, the unblurred picture, it's a different person. You talking about the autopsy photo? Which photos are you talking about here? What else? What else? David Kenner is the mastermind. Now, that's a name we haven't heard much of during this case, which I'm surprised about because he was death row's attorney. Now, they need to call him to the stand. Now, that's somebody who knows a lot. Ooh, can you call him to the stand? I mean, attorney-client privilege. That's interesting because he could answer some stuff, but then some stuff he might not be able to talk about. But then again, who's his client? Suge Knight, Death Row Records in general, like, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, think about it. Why won't cops ask why Orlando was just standing in the MGM waiting like he's expecting Uber Eats? Yeah, that's what I was saying too. That whole MGM fight sounds suspicious, and he's right there in front of a. I mean, there's cameras everywhere there, but like, just waiting around instead of with his group, and he's by himself. It's not like he's with a girl or anything. Like, why is he by himself, not doing anything, just waiting around? Who's he waiting for? Because KVD already said, assuming anything he said is true, is that the plan was to go meet at the diner. That's where everybody else was in their party except for Orlando. Wait. Wait, what? That BMW belonged to someone else. The passenger door could only be opened from the outside. That's interesting. Wait. Pac was riding in the back seat? He wasn't when he was shot, though. That's interesting. I never heard that. Yeah, I heard this too. Suge went to his house. They went to the Luxor. I heard they went to the Luxor first and then went. Well, that's what Yamin said. Then they went to his house. Um, yeah, they didn't go straight from the fight. That's true too. So like it would have been harder to run into them. You didn't know when, for Keefe D, whoever it was, if it was Keefe D and them, they kind of would have had to get lucky. But they like according to Keefe D's statements, he says that they went to 662 first and were there for an hour and Suge and Pac didn't show up. So then they went to get some liquor and then they came back and they were leaving. And when they were leaving, they saw Pac and Suge drive up. So then they whipped a U-turn and pulled around them. So that's how that's answered. But then also the part about the cops stopping them and to reconfirm their location. I mean, that assumes that the Las Vegas cops are then now involved. That's what that. So if whoever mentioned that the Las Vegas cops stopping the car, that was to confirm their location. If that's true, that would mean you're now implicating the Las Vegas cops. That would mean the Las Vegas cops are now involved as well. I'm not sure. I think the more you start involving the cops, the more stretched. Like, it's one thing if the Compton Police Department is involved because that's Reggie Wright Jr. His dad is in that. So that I get. I get that. With the Las Vegas cops, sorry, I can't roll with that connection yet. You need to present more to me, but I'm not convinced on that yet. Okay, what is this? I recommend watching the documentary Tupac Assassination. I'm gonna write that down. I actually will. Tupac Assassination. Yeah, because I'm interested in this Reggie Wright conspiracy. I think that's gonna be my homework tonight, actually. Yep, this is what I said. Follow the money trail. It's true. Detective 101. That's true. I'm telling you. Suge's house is located off the strip, maybe 20 minutes. They went to the Luxor, so it wasn't far from the MGM, the Club 102. I hear what you're saying, but I'm pretty certain Idi Amin testified today, according to him, that they went to the Luxor, then they went to Suge's house. I could be wrong. I might have backwards. I thought that's what I heard him say today. Either way, are you sure about this, that Suge's house is 20 minutes away? Ooh. Suge went to his house to put on his vest. I don't know if you're joking or you're being serious. Because, like, does anybody... Clearly, that would have been reported. But how... But let's be honest. Would anybody check Suge Knight to see if he had a bulletproof vest on? I mean, it's a bigger guy. So, like, he could be wearing a vest and you wouldn't know. And actually, he could explain it easy. If like, why do you have a bulletproof vest on? Well, yeah, hey, I'm Suge Knight, But that's interesting. I wonder if are there any photos from after the shooting, like with Suge that photo in the car. Can we zoom in on that? The last photo that was taken. I know. Yes, he got shot in the head, but not in the torso. Maybe he did, and we don't know. But if he had a vest on, I never thought about that. That's interesting. That is interesting. Also watch Battle for Compton. All right, I'll write that down too. All right. Anyway, we've gone through a lot today. 6 hours. All right. And anything else before I take my recess for the night, go to the gym? Why was he wearing a sweater? That's a good point. He's wearing a sweater. Doesn't Tupac have on? Doesn't he have his arms out? Now I can't remember. In that photo, is it a sleeveless shirt? Let me pull this up. Yeah. Yeah. Tupac has on a jersey. That's what I thought. No sleeves out. Suge has on, what is that? One of the, I can't even tell. Is that a Coogee sweater? I can't tell. It's short sleeve. I don't know. From this, let me try to zoom in. It doesn't appear that he has on a bulletproof vest. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, Pac had a tank on for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Coogee sweater. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah. But all right. Thanks, Angelica. I appreciate it. Yeah, this chat was super fun. All right, guys. So get your questions together, everything, and we'll talk about these tomorrow. Wait. Yeah, Kevin Hackey as the other guy. Let me look him up too. I don't know what's more fun, covering the trial or these conspiracy theories, discussing these with you guys too. I have too much fun doing this. Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you for subscribing. Man, I appreciate that. This is my second channel. My other channel is wrestling channel. This is the law channel, just law. And I don't know. I feel like sometimes don't tell them. I feel like it's too smart for the wrestling fans. Sorry. Sorry. Hey, we got another one. Thank you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it, man. Every little bit helps. Thank you. Thank you. I have so much fun with. Clearly, I was gonna get off here, but I'm still sitting around here talking to you guys. I'm having too much fun doing this. Yeah, but thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. I appreciate interacting with all you guys. Thank you. Yeah, Angelica, the chat is way more fun. I'm having a great. I'm watching the trial. I can't wait for little breaks in there so I can talk. Like so many times, I want to say something during the middle of their testimony, but I try to save it. Yeah. Thank you. What time do I go live? I wish there was a set time, but they change it all the time. I try to get on like when court starts, but I got other stuff I have to do too. This isn't my full-time job. So like I jump on as often as I can. The only thing I could say is set a reminder, a notification. Like I hate it when people say that on their channels, but I'm being honest because I don't have a regular time to tell you. So put the notification on. It'll tell you, oh, okay, cool. Or don't, either way, but if you enjoy it. Yeah. What's this? The guy who finished above the rim is one. Is one what? Oh, you said some up here. Tupac had at least 3 body doubles. I'll tell you who should be one. That guy who played him in the movie. That guy looks more like Tupac than Tupac. Like, he was born for that role. He did a great job too. Where is that guy now, by the way? He's around somewhere, I'm sure. Yeah. Yep. I'm about to hit the gym. Yeah, gotta get it in tape before it gets too late. But yes, I will talk to you guys all tomorrow. Angelica, thank you again. You love this channel. I love you guys. Love talking to you guys. This is super fun. So I'll be excited to come on and chat with you all tomorrow. So I hope you guys are all here. You know what? I think, wait, that's his son. Who? What did we miss? I was clicking on something else. Wait, who? Who's his son? I don't know who you're talking about. I missed that. I think I do have ADHD. Like for real, like a little bit. I think I do. Do I record while in the gym? What do you mean? Like this? Yo, that'd be interesting. What would you guys think if I mean, I could do that. What would you guys think, like, if I did this, like what I'm doing now, but while I was working out? So instead of sitting at my desk, like, what if I played? Could I do that from an iPhone? Like, if I played the trial and then streamed it and commented at the same time, or would I need two? Would you guys? I don't know if you guys would be able to. That's a good question. Can I do that from a phone? I need to ask my producer Steve. Um, oh, the guy. Wait, what? The guy that played in the movie is his son. Are you serious? Is this legit? Is this verified? He looks just like him. Is that verified? I didn't know. If that's true, I didn't know that. But that's interesting. Yeah, definitely interesting. All right, but now I gotta go work out. Yeah, Angelica, you like that, huh? Steve will help me set it up for the gym recording. Yeah, I think that'll be cool. Although I don't know, because I don't know if I'd be able to pay attention as well. Maybe if it's a day, you know what? I was listening to it the day they had all those transcripts where there wasn't anything for me to say, but I did have it on while I was in the gym. I thought about that too. Like maybe I'll see if I can set that up if I need to. All right, but yeah. Sorry, buddy. I don't think I don't think that's true. I thought the guy's last name was Ship or something, but like I'm fairly certain we would have heard that. Unless this is like an off the books kid or something. I feel like we would have heard that. But either way, hey man, you never know. Like he looks just like him, but I appreciate wait, what? His father's one of Pac's producers. Pac, see, I don't know. Is it that I'm too creative? Anytime like I think somebody like, you're wrong, but he tell me something, then my mind tries to make it make sense. If that part is true, if you can verify that that guy's dad is one of Pac's producers, or better yet, if you can verify that Pac knew that guy's mother, you might be right. Like, I mean, he that's more plausible to me that guy could be Tupac's son and not know it. Or like there was another guy raising Tupac's kid. Imagine that. Imagine that. Like you're one of Tupac's producers. Tupac, he looks at your girl, kind of winks at her or something, and the next thing you know, your girl's pregnant. You assume it's yours. You raise him, but then you start to notice, man, he looks a lot like Pac. And the older he gets, he looks just like him. So then, how uncomfortable is that? Like you never mention it, but you know, hey man, I think Pac got with my girl. Man, that'd be awful. That'd be awful. What? Is this legit? Is this legit? Let me look it up over here. Golly, I was getting ready to go to the gym. Wait, let me see. Can I add this over here so you guys can see it? Does that work? Hold on, let me try this. I don't have Steve's not on here today, my producer. So like I'm how do I even do this? I'm doing this on my own. What is this? How do I get out of here? Can I do that? Doesn't matter. Sorry, I can't pull it up. I have to ask Steve tomorrow how to do this. But I would put it up for you. Demetrius Shipp Sr. is a music producer who worked with Tupac on Toss It Up from Machiavelli. Wait, what? This guy looked like Cat Williams. How do I what? How do I? Hey man, how do I do this? Sorry, hold on. Let me try to figure this out. Steve, where are you right now? I need you, buddy. I'm trying to figure this out. How do I? What do I do? How do I do this? Wait. Let me try and figure this out real quick. Let me try this. Wait, I think I might have figured this out. Wait a second. What's this? Is it this? It's not that. How do I add? Wait. How do I do? Oh, maybe like this. There we go. Yeah. Oh, all right. I don't know how to do. Let me try this. Let me try this. Shoot, that's not doing it. Oh, wait. Hey. What is it better like? Wait, that didn't do it. It did, but didn't do it. I need a better layout. This? No. Hey, whatever. I can't see this that well. Let me pull it up. But look at this. Show more. How do I do this? Because somewhere I looked and they got his picture. Anyway, dang it. Why is it on this one, but it's not? I don't know how to get it over there. Are they choosing the photos they're showing me? What are they doing? Wait, let's look at the images here. Why can't I find it now? I don't know. It's on the other one I saw. But anyway, he looks like Tupac and doesn't really look like the dad. So I'm just gonna say that. But this was, yeah, thanks, Angelica. I did it. This was interesting. Hey, Savage Noel, where you been, bro? You missed the whole live, man. You missed 6 hours. We were waiting for you. It was Michael Moore said Tupac told him he was a dead man walking. But why was he saying that? Like, what was he? It couldn't have been by Southside because he didn't do anything with them. See, my man Savage Noel knows everything. Yeah, Demetrius Shipp Sr., he did do. Why have I never heard this? Why have I never heard this before? I thought this was crazy when Proud FBA said that. No, this is, hey man, I think I'm convinced. How do I get, I want to try to find this picture that I'm trying to show you guys. Visit the site. How do I do this? What is the thumbnail? Forget it. I can't. I learned it, but I didn't learn it that well. But hey, this guy looks like Cat Williams in the photo. I'm sorry. Is that hey man, that might be Tupac's son for real. For real. Wait, what do you got? It was after he got into a heated argument with Suge Knight. Michael Moore had to step in between them because he thought Suge Knight was going to beat Pac up. Oh, so they might have had a falling out at the time. That's interesting. Wow. Wow. Another wrinkle. Savage Noel, what you missed? We're going deep into the Reggie Wright conspiracy, and just looking into how that could have been a setup, the whole thing at the Lakewood Mall, all of that. But the Suge part, that's interesting too. And somebody pointed out, I forget, I'm not sure who it was in here, but they said that Suge, the reason they went to Suge's house is he went to put on a vest before going. So after the Luxor or whatever, but before they head to 662, that's why they stopped by his house. And that's interesting. I mean, that could be. I never heard that before. Yeah. Oh, no worries, man. No worries, man. I was just telling them, they were asking when I'm going to be on tomorrow. I'm be covering the whole thing. I'm trying to do something every day, but yeah, I get super busy too. Anyway, I'm glad we're about to get off. I'm glad you made it on to join us. Court resumes tomorrow at 1. I'm gonna try to be on around then, or hopefully soon after. Maybe, if things work out, I'll try to be on right at 1, and we'll see what they got. But yeah, everybody set. I mean, the best way I can tell you is set your notifications. Normally, whenever somebody says that, hey, nice, I like your channel, let me give you a like. I'm probably not going to set notifications, but this, I don't know how else to tell you. This isn't my main channel. I don't know how else to tell you when I'm going to be on, but yeah. So I would say set a notification or something. But all right, I am going to try to go to the gym now. This was amazing. I had so much fun talking with you guys. Keep opening my eyes to do stuff. Like, now I am convinced that's actually Tupac's son. It's crazy. But anyway, hope you guys all have a nice night, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Wait, what? Sorry, I gotta stop reading these comments because you're gonna keep me from logging off. Tell Reggie to put more skin on Tupac because he was cussing, saying Tupac fired him. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll save that for tomorrow. Anyway, have a great night, everybody, and I gotta go to the gym now. We'll do this tomorrow. All right. Later. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to get on at 1. I was almost off. I'll try to be on at 1. Try to research these conspiracy theories. See you tomorrow. Angelica, as always, see you tomorrow. Everybody, all my new followers, see you guys tomorrow. Savage Noel, I'm reading your comment. We'll pick the. Hey, I gotta go. I did tell Reggie to put more security on Tupac because Tupac fired Reggie and David Canner. Reggie refused to give help and left him vulnerable. Tupac fired him that night? Interesting. All right. Cool. Anyway, all right, guys. I gotta go. I see you. My email. We got an email somewhere. Shoot me a DM on Instagram. I'll get it. Savage, no, shoot me a DM on Instagram. All right, everybody. I'm really leaving now. I'm really going to the gym. He fired him a week or so prior. No, he fired him in August. Wait, this really happened? He really fired him? Reggie? All right, guys. All right. Tomorrow, save this all. Hey, get a whole bunch of stuff tomorrow. We have all this. We can look forward to it. I'm already excited. All right, I really am going to the gym now. All right. All right, bye, guys.